Hello, this is J.N.S. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a blessed Friday. We are with Naki University, of course, and we have I would say a pretty interesting topic to discuss today. I don't want to be too long. And we have someone that says peace and abundance to everyone. We have Jay in the building, peace and abundance to everyone. Hey, how you doing? And peace and abundance to you as well. And I appreciate it. And so we're here on this Good Friday to discuss some stuff. And the first thing that we want to talk about, I would say, is the situation with Lord Jamar. We don't want to approach it from more of a gossipy standpoint because obviously it's a pretty sensitive topic to me because I actually addressed the Lord Jamar and Vlad situation 4 years ago. And so I'll actually like replay like that whole thing. Like 4 years ago, I did a whole video in support of Lord Jamar's decision to leave Vlad and to do his own thing in his own podcast. And so, we want to talk about the intricacies of what Lord Jamar did and what that says, what message that sends to young Black men and to young people in general, as far as like taking a stance on something and then reneging. And then we want to talk about like the seven percenters in terms of like the nations of gods and earth and the concept of word is bond, you know, where word is bond comes from and what that means and how serious um, that statement is. And then after we discuss the large Jamar situation, I do want to do a re-upload of a mystery school assessment that I did a couple of weeks ago while I was live on camera. I did take it down because I just didn't think there was enough context given in terms of what I was discussing. And so I do wanted to do a re-upload of that one, and we'll probably stream that here. And that one is called Game of the Gods Gone Wrong: Mythology and Primordials, the Mystery School. And so what that is, that particular presentation that we're going to replay is me discussing the Naki philosophy and how um, the challenges that I face in terms of being immersed in the school of planet Earth in terms of why we come here to ascend our souls, what information we use to ascend, how do whether that be quantum entanglement, quantum teleportation, the information at our disposal, the work that we do, the modalities that we engage in, whether that be meditation, um, spiritual practices that are conventional or unconventional, orthodox or unorthodox, religion or even non-religion. And so I will discuss, what it means to be primordial in the game of the gods gone wrong in terms of the establishment of secret societies that disseminate information and gatekeeping of information that, to be honest, is common knowledge throughout the universe. It should be common knowledge. At one point, it was common knowledge on planet Earth. But what happened is this setup in terms of the computational algorithm of the universe itself was hijacked in terms of who gets to program it, who gets to come down here and teach and let out information and give out information to bring new ideas to push humanity along, to push the catalyst along in terms of uh, even being used as a conduit to allow information to flow. And so there's been a concerted effort to shut all that down on this planet. And it's very much illegal. And we're in a day and age, especially in the age of Aquarius and age of Saturn, the age of revelation and the age of the divine feminine, where in which, you know, that which is in the that which was done in the dark will come to the light. The last should be first, and the first should be last. The reorganization of all of that that is within, you know, and as we release, the knowledge of our ancestors out, and as they work through us and through, and bring out, it's like they awaken out of sarcophagus, and they want to, the word that comes to mind is feed, so to speak, but that's kind of, not the right term, but they want to be released rather. They want to be known, they want to innovate, they want to create. And so that's for everybody. And so there's an activation process that comes with that, many of which through, the dissemination of knowledge and information. the reawakening or recycling of knowledge and information that, many of us may have forgotten, but that's the process that we're on. And so what we see is where, when we say the games of the gods gone wrong, we're talking about like how they shut down light beings or light bearers or morning stars that come to teach that want to help. And they relegated information that is very common knowledge to that of these not even mystery schools but secret societies. And so what that means is those of us that come from different dimensions or different star seeds, different planets, we're not privy to what is going on down here in terms of the gatekeeping or the way that stuff is set up. Obviously you got your isms that separate humanity in terms of the conquer and divide elements. There's oligarchy, there's, capitalism, all these exploitative elements that people have to navigate and deal with as humans. And to be honest, stuff that we should all be further along in, but here we are. It's 2025 and people are still, going through uh, you know, the exploitation of the unfair system, the injustice. And so we're at a catalyst at this point, in this juncture in society, where humanity has to decide what role they want to take. What what work are they willing to do to, not only be the change that they want to see in their own systems and their own governance, but the way in which they step up to ensure that it happens. And so that's where we're at. The revolution, pretty much, the demand for change for the better for everyone that has to share this planet. Or, um, there's going to be some straightening going on. I don't know what else to say. That it's the nicest way I can say that. But when we talk about the game of the gods gone wrong, or the mythology and the primordials, we will be discussing in a very cryptic way um, the assessment from the mystery school standpoint. And for those who may not know, Naki University, we do have our own mystery school. It's the Esoteric Studies Department. We talk about the Naki science, which is the science of the mind, intergalactic mentalism, mixed in with information of the divine feminine, the chaos intelligence realm. And so those are the sciences where we talk about probability distribution science. Um, we delve into quantum entanglement. We delve into quantum teleportation. We delve into the faculties of the mind, very chambers of the mind, and we use information and data to program those particular states of consciousness and those outcomes that we want. And we understand that they're just permutations. And then we go through the processes of the mind to make sure that we get the outcome that we desire. It doesn't work all the time because it requires a certain frequency, it requires light codes, it requires a certain activation. Um, it will work if you do the work, though. But as far as someone just mimicking what someone merely does or mimicking what I do, that's not going to activate it. It's an actual frequency based science that deals with the power of the mind. And so that is what we were giving clearance to teach on this planet. I was giving clearance to teach that. I've been teaching it since 2020. The blueprints for it was created in 2016. And so I was not in violation of any orders or any. I don't belong to any orders, by the way. I'm not. I might have been born into something, a bloodline that had been, but me personally, no, I didn't go and join anything or commit to anything. I self-initiated into my own sciences and had my ancestors, give me that activation and awakening and initiation into the higher orders of things that are way beyond this particular planet. But the goal of even, my work here was to always help others. Now, I'm not saying that I was fully successful in that, and it's not a, you know, okay, be a walking apology or beat myself up if something, if I make a mistake or if something doesn't get done the way I like to. I don't think anybody should beat themselves up too hard on this planet. This is a school. Planet Earth is a school, and we can take our time. When as we're learning, we should take our time. We shouldn't be too hard on ourselves. We should understand that some of us were born into literal spiritual warfare. You came in, you had parents that was willing to sell you out. You had friends and family that deceived you. You had, people that didn't come through. many lives up and down. You might have been born in a poverty. It could be anything where you've already had the chips stacked against you. And so, us understanding some of the cards we've been dealt, it is up to us to create that alchemical transmutation to better ourselves. And it comes from a soul level. It's not bettering ourselves through the matrix or get a degree or to get money or whatever. It's truly that soul development, the mind development, the character development. And with those things, you will prosper by keeping, yourself first, God first. And what I also wanted to say is like, this concept that I was getting, this download that I was getting about the unconditional love. Now, obviously, we're not all there yet as a humanity, to even understand what it's like to. And I'm talking for myself, I'm not talking to anybody as far as unconditional love. And so I was getting this download that was like, in order to keep light at a constant flame within the body, and in order to regenerate the electrons within the body at all times, there has to be an element of unconditional love. Now we understand conditional love as humans. Like we understand, like, okay, the transactional love, the agape love, friendship love, love between a parent mate, and child, basic concepts of love. And when we think about like what's the frequency of love, we know that it's some sort of contentment and a stability, a trust, a respect, the assurance that things are okay, a blissfulness, an irrationality that feels good. There's a pleasure element, there's a sensual pleasure, element to love, and pleasurable elements. But what I was getting revealed today by Creator God, she was like, you know, what's going to help you on your journey, and I'm just saying this, maybe this can help other people, is the concept of unconditional love, as far as keeping the conduit open between, us, between our bodies and our temple and our mind and Creator God and the vast dimensions of the universe, is to keep that element. And I said, well, how do I keep that open? Because I don't have unconditional love for people who don't have love for me. That was my thing. I said, God, well, I've been treated like shit before. I don't just dealt with narcissistic abuse. How could I possibly have unconditional love? And I see the way these humans act. I see the way they treat each other. I see the way they disrespect Black women and Black people. And I see the way humans fight each other based on gender. Got men against women and parent against child, all this nonsense. How could I possibly have unconditional love in the face of those things, in the face of certain human treatment? And God was like, well, we're talking about the concept of unconditional love. It doesn't have to be directed towards what you think it has to be directed from your human understanding. There's something that you can find within or even externally that you can love unconditionally. And so, if nothing else, you can love yourself unconditionally. But she said, I was outside at this point, and she said, when you make a command to them trees and to them birds, they listen. Why can't you love birds and trees unconditionally? You show unconditional love to the birds and to the trees. Trees are your biggest, you want to know your biggest quantum computer? They tell you about, they want to build these big particle machines and these big super quantum computers and all this stuff to process all of these nanoseconds and qubits of information. And oh my gosh, we're going to use our AI, whatever this bullshit is, right? And God was like, your biggest quantum computer is the motherfucking truth. I said, you know what, you're right. Because they're filled. When you look at a tree, you cut the tree, right? This big oak tree that's so massive, big, it's growing out of the ground. And you see, like, when you cut it, all them rings that tells its age. And when you do that, it said that sometimes these trees can be 80 feet long, 100 feet long, 200 feet long. God says that's the quantum. That's the information. How do you get a quantum computer? A qubit of some sort of data. It has to have some sort of data source and traveling at a certain light. Well, trees they process light from the sun, do they not? They process melanin. The magnesium is kind of acts as the melanin, the chlorophyll of the tree leaves. And she said, this is what people don't understand. She said, you go out. Now we know about the tree huggers, right? But as far as the quantum teleportation and understanding how to program something without talking too much, but all this stuff is frequency activated, so it don't matter what I say. And the people that do activate, they deserve it because it's frequency based. The whole science is frequency based. It's dimensional based. And she said, "Your trees is that's your biggest source. That's your biggest source of quantum computer. And we talk about understanding data and information. It's your trees, and that can be through putting your hands on the trees or feeling their energy, and they will. I mean, come on, plants are alive, trees are alive. Let's be real. You look at the roots, see it growing. You see it even sometimes bear fruits that you're gonna pick and eat and put in your body. Whether that be the orange, the lemon, the apple, you know. And so that's what she wanted me to understand. But what she really, well, what God was really telling me, is unconditional love. Now she said, if you don't, maybe you can't have unconditional love with humanity yet because you've been burned. You still got some healing to do. But she said you could show enough unconditionally love them birds. Them birds ain't never betray you. Them gossiping ass birds outside, and birds love to gossip, and they be doing that tweet, 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 tweet. And sometimes they're very sweet. They'll sing, they'll be tweeting and tweeting, but they'll be sending you a message as a good vibes. They be wanting to cheer people up too. If they fuck with you, they gonna fuck with you. They will cheer you up. They gonna sit you outside and go, but they do like to gossip. But the birds, they like to lift up spirits too, and they will protect. And so she said, why can't you unconditionally love the birds? Why can't you unconditionally love them trees? Them trees constantly give you the detail, the intel. Why can't you unconditionally love them beings? They show up and show out whenever. And I said, you know what? That's actually a good idea because I didn't think about that. As far as like the conduit of light that we need from that stellar star from the time from this, your soul star chakra connected to the galaxy still. That's the chakra that's above your crown chakra. That's still connected to the galaxy. And that's how we feed on that energy. But it does require a certain frequency to get there, and that is the frequency of unconditional love. But it's hard to maintain that, even for myself. I know for a fact that I ain't got. I'm not a transactional person. Like I give, but I do believe in reciprocation, and I don't. And I do know that if someone shows me they true colors the first time, I don't give them a chance. I ain't gonna just. I'm not a fool. I ain't about to unconditionally love a motherfucker that hate me. You know what I mean? And so I said, well, God, I said, humanity don't have no love. They don't have no unconditional love for this black woman. They don't have no unconditional love for me. So what the hell am I sitting up here, about this? And she said, it ain't about them. It's about the principles of unconditional love in the truest sense. For one, the unconditional love that you have for your soul and for yourself. And then what you know is showing you unconditional love, which is usually nature, Mother Gaia, God, maybe one or two family members. That go for everybody. Honestly, like most humans, you only got about what 3 or 5 motherfuckers that we can talk about the word is bond concept. You only got about 3, 5 motherfuckers that will ride out. And some of you don't even got that. Some of you only got one or two. And we talk about every human, and imagine even the quote unquote famous people, they got hundreds of thousands of fans and thousands of people to watch. And they even them, they only got 3 or 5 people that will ride out to the very end with them. Only 3 or 5. Every person on the planet. Every person on the planet. Don't be mistaken. It don't matter if they got thousands. We talk about when the shit get down to the bottom. But if they come against you, get persecuted, you up on if they call your number, it's only every human only got about 3 or 5 people, maybe one or two, that will stick with you to the very end. The rest will absolutely abandon you. That's not even like a misanthrope, uh, you know, perceptive. That's not me being pessimistic or negative Nancy. That's literally, um, that's just history. You can study it in history. Every leader, every person, every your friends, your family, you could study it. Like you literally only will have about 3 to 5 people that will walk with you to the very end. Granted, you're not an asshole. We're just talking about just general humanity. Um, let's look at the comment section here because I do want to talk about Lord Jamar. We're gonna go straight into Lord Jamar now. We got Royal Deluxe in the building. I appreciate Royal Deluxe. I actually, I've been thinking about you. I hope you're doing good. I think I wrote you back. And we got Jay in the building. Something has to give. You are right. We have reached a very serious point in history. Yes, it is given. When you say something has to give, oh, it's given. We got solar entities that have made its way. And I'm telling you this. We got a lot of that. It's a lot of ancient spirits waking up. Now, for those who may be new here, we do a lot of esoteric talk, so hope that you'll be open-minded. But I have to say, um, the Axum Empire, I don't know, the Axum, some of the spirits from the Axum Empire came to me today. We talking about the Haile Selassie energy. It's about to brand through. They're gonna be talking about Ethiopia. They're gonna be bringing it over here to the America. The Haile Selassie energy. They got a couple of heirs that they want to protect in America as it relates to some of these Black Americans, some of the Ethiopians over there, and then some of the Jamaicans. Now that was the word that I got today, and they've been on my mind heavy. This I don't know what that energy was, this Haile Selassie energy, the dynasty of Solomon, they had been on my mind heavy. And I like I said, that energy is coming through. A lot of solar power, the more from the realm of the divine feminine, those are celestial energies that's taking place on this planet. Um, Tanis, Tanis, the Sphinx of Tanis that was in the Louvre. Um, that, but here's the thing: the Judahite heirs, and even the princess that the prophet Jeremiah wrote about, that particular prophecy, they came from Tanis into Rome, and then from Rome they had to hide identity and flee to some part of the group went to Spain, another part of the group went to Ireland, and from Ireland they had to flee to America. But this was an order that still kept very close records. They do come from and the Judahite heirs and from Tanis, and they do have connection to Christian science. That's just a given. Those they might have been looked at as a junk nobility, a conquered nobility, but they were still nobility class nonetheless. And they do have ties to the Axum Empire. How they ended up in Egypt. Now we know that we have some ties with Kushite and Nubia. How did they end up in Tanis? Look, I'm still putting all the pieces together. I have to talk with my ancestors on this, but I can tell you this. Um, I've been talking about Naki the Chancellor since I was 19 years old. Naki the Chancellor came to me. What was really freaked me out is that I found out that the Speaks of Tanis, well, the Speaks of Tanis, for those who follow, like when I be going on my little quantum entanglements and doing my little quote unquote so-called breakdowns of music videos and stuff, the Speaks of Tanis was built under, let me get his name again, Amin Het the second, and this was another. There were no marks. Amin Het the second, and Senusret. Now here's the thing: this great Sphinx of Tanis, guess who was around at that time, who served these administrations as their chancellor? Amenemhet II it was Naki the chancellor who served under Amenemhet II and Senusret. Senusret. This is when the Great Sphinx of Tanis was erected, the 19th to 22nd dynasty. Now, what's interesting is I've been talking about Naki the chancellor since I was 19 years old. Broke down a music video where that they had the Great Sphinx of Tanis in a Louvre, and I made the connections to the Moors that had to flee Tanis and go into Rome and then hide again into Ireland and create, not just Ireland, but also in Spain and create, these secret orders. And they hid that they were the last heirs of Judah, that they hid they hid the heirs purposely so that they get sucked into the Babylonian Sumerian contract law. That was a system that was established, that was still established even for, at least for the last 2,000 years. And I talked about all of this, but I'm just now finding out that the Great Sphinx of Tanis was built under Amenemhet II and Senusret, and that is when Naki the Chancellor was alive. He served them. Now, Naki the Chancellor came to me when I was 19 years old, this spirit, and was directing me. I'm your ancestor, be doing this, be doing that, be doing A, B, C. When I tell you to do this, move this way, go like, go that way, you know. And it's been hard because, I'm hard at it. But I thought that was so interesting to make those connections. And I said, I really appreciated it because I would have never looked that stuff up. I seen Naki the Chancellor and said, okay, cool, whatever. That's your name. I looked you up. You actually exist. How cool is that? That was years ago. I'm 33. That happened when I was 19. And he's been around consistently, since I was 19. But for me to actually just like sit down and like, okay, let me go do the research of who was the pharaoh at this time, what was structures was built, and to see that Tanis, and knowing I've been talking about how, with the prophet Jeremiah, talking about how there was a group of Judaic heirs that had to flee out of Tanis, Egypt, into Hela. This was during Hela. They had to go into Rome, but it's now what was the Roman Empire eventually, and hide. There no hide they were essentially, and then they had to flee again into Ireland. And there's a record, there's a whole book on this stuff, but I saw it spiritually and didn't have to go and find this material. But it's really interesting. So now speaking of Nubia, let's actually talk about Lord Jamar's ass. He's talking about brand Nubian. Matter of fact, let's see what other comments we got when it hit the fan. They said strawberry moon around an equinox. Oh wow. So what do you know about the strawberry moons? Honestly, I didn't know. I know that they're doing a lot of sacrificing of people, and there was a lot of psychic spiritual attacks. I've been under heavy spiritual attack this whole week. I ain't even gonna hold you. And I wasn't even gonna do a show today. It was so bad, but I said, in the spirit of consistency and keeping my head up, I gotta do a show. But they doing something that I feel they doing a lot of spiritual stuff. Bro, what did I walk into? You on this channel. Either you keep a open mind, you should be quiet and continue to learn. Um, we want to give you the benefit of the doubt. We do good energy though, I have to say. We believe in coming with good energy and a good spirit. Um, this is my channel. You don't like it, okay? Go elsewhere. Sweetie. Said, how did you find this? Yeah, this is esoteric studies. He coming here, and he said, you remember they used to infiltrate certain dynasties back then, right? And cosplay as those bloodlines, and they still doing that shit. And that's why Haile Selassie from the Ethiopian Empire, they said, oh hell no, because they from Solomon dynasty. They know about where all the true heirs is. The ones in America, the ones in Jamaica, they know. And so I said, you know, holy shit. I'm telling you, like this Holly slots, but even last week when I broke down the Jenny Supper Club and the Red Rooster, the masonry from uh Terrell Wallace song as it relates to, Ira, the Scottish Irish energy. That Red Rooster Center that had the Jenny Suppers Club right by the Christ Center Triangle in Harlem, New York, that I visited, that I was taken on by another guy from, on a date. That restaurant, the Jenny Suppers Club with the Red Rooster Harlem, that's owned by an Ethiopian. That comes from that line from the Queen of Sheba and that Haile Selassie energy. That song that had my grandfather's name in it. We broke that down last week for those who may not know. We're breaking down the masonry in a certain song that had my grandfather's name in it, Joe Lewis, and then, New York anagram, and then Harlem, and then an actual center, an actual place where I actually stepped foot in. And then I had to go study the energy around it and go back and research, because I'm like my grandfather's name, and then, certain codes that I picked up, but then the Jenny Suppers Club in Harlem, and then how it's owned by an Ethiopian who has ties to that Haile Selassie energy. Once I realized that, I said, okay, what's going on? And I haven't been able to get rid of it, that Haile Selassie awakening or them helping, these this nobility, this certain aspect of the nobility class that wants to reawaken. And so that was really interesting, but they have been cosplaying as certain bloodlines, and they cover up, the blue blood and the black nobility, and they've done a lot. And in many ways, I have to say the black nobility did that on purpose because they did want to remain the hidden hand. Um, by all means necessary. And then they also learned their lesson from, making pacts and deals and the dangers that come with doing those things. Don't think that a lot of them don't have regret or even a nobility. That's why there are nobility that have actively walked away from it all. Um, but it's a real thing. You said possibly related to the moon goddesses and ceremonies to start cycles, complete magical cycles. Okay. Wow. This one is related to menstrual industry and supposed sacrifices are to get your wishes granted. Oh, okay. Wow, I just got off my cycle too. Related to menstrual industry. Oh, that's powerful. I didn't even know. Okay, so now we have Lord Jamal. Let's talk a little bit about him. And I don't want to like beat up on him, because I was actually quite sad to see, his energy and what's going on. But what we want to talk about is like, what does it say of a man who calls himself brand new being? He calls for the boycott of Vlad's show about 5 years ago for his disrespect of another, for Vlad's disrespect of another black man, Minister Farrakhan. And then he rounds up an entire community to boycott Vlad and say we don't need him. We don't need to go to his platform. They got their own platform. They don't need Vlad. He's a culture vulture. He did this, Vlad. Vlad is a sellout. Vlad is an informant. He's doing these things to the black community. He gets us all riled up. We say, okay, you said you're not going on there. There was a whole bunch of other black people at the time saying, we're not going to go on there. And so people didn't go on there, you know. Now, Lord Jamal was talking all this stuff or whatever, and we people were expecting him to, stay on the podcast and continue to build his own thing. Now we understand it's hard because like people would take these stands and the community don't really back you. That's a fact. The community will not back you. But I know I made a decision to back him and to support that stuff that he was doing. And then what happened though, even just I would say a couple of weeks ago, Lord Jamar was like, Godfrey's going to be the first one to go back on here. Godfrey's going to be the one to sell out. He's going to be the one to go back on Vlad, not me. I'm not going back on there. And then literally less than 3 weeks later, less than a month later, he goes back to Vlad. He texted him and Vlad kind of played him. Vlad let it be known like, okay, you reached out to me. You liked the text message that I sent you 5 years ago and you're talking about your dog dying. I think that's a code because they targeted that dog. These people they'll get at your dogs and your pets. That's their number one go to actually is to poison dogs and pets when you slight them. And so that was probably done on purpose, to be honest. If the way he said, "Oh, it's my dog died," I think he would probably realize that I got to go make this right. Somebody was probably stopping his bag or socially blacklisting him or financially blacklisting him. It could have been Vlad. I don't know. It's something deeper though to this, or maybe none of that's true. And Lord Jamar just simply wanted to go back on Vlad's show for a check or to get back in the spotlight after the ass whooping with Professor Day. He lost that debate instead of taking the L. He started crashing out, blaming Godfrey and saying Godfrey, try to drug him, whatever. And so Lord Jamar is back on Vlad. And, he's part of Brand New Men. He was talking about all these things about the system and that word is bond. He's a 5%, 7% or some shit like that. And so, when someone says word is bond, it's a serious thing. It's like you take when people who live by that code of conduct, we take things at face value. That's the danger of that is extreme gullibility because when you live by your word being bond and everybody else, you thinking everybody else live by that, that's not the case. Like you would take things at face value that they say, but they could be playing the shit out of you. But a word is bond. That is an ancient Cometian creed by way of Necropolis and Tanis and Atlantis. So when we say word is bond, it's coming from Necropolis. That's the teachers of Anubis. Straight up, Necropolis. That's where Naki the Chancellor was at. That whole area over there, Tanis. That's Anubis energy. The Necropolis is where Anubis resides. And he had his own their own mystery school out there. I'm telling you, this is what Nubis came and told me. This is motherfucking self. And he says, word is bond comes from my science. And he said, we taught them niggas that, you know, that is a serious word is bond because you don't believe so they didn't set up Luciferian Babylonian contract law with all that writing and legalese and language and bondage. Anubis and Tahuti, they don't believe in that. They come from a whole nother school of thought. Word is bond. What you say is what we're gonna hold you to. You don't mean what you say and say what the fuck you mean. That's what word is bond mean. Mean what the fuck you say and say what the fuck you mean. Don't be pussy putting. Don't say one thing and say it and do another. Your actions align with your words. Your words make sense and logical coherence. Your word is your bond. And the moment you go on your word, motherfuckers not gonna trust you, gonna fuck with you. Now that's the creed of the Necropolis and Anubis ancient sciences. And obviously, the nations of God and Earth, seven centers, they talk about word as bond. And so Vlad, he used to say word is bond. Not Vlad, Jamal, or he called. I don't even. What Lord are you, Jamal? Jamal, a brand Nubian, was saying word is bond. And 4 years ago, 5 years ago, he said, he told the black community, none of y'all go on Vlad's channel because Vlad is did this, Vlad did that, Vlad is fake, he's this. And he could have been, you know, but he went right back. Like he said, Jay said he went right back. He went right back then. Yes, he talked all this cash money. If you're gonna show the clips of the stuff he was saying and everything, you're gonna see. I made a whole video 4 years ago. Because at that time I had to say I was very, very into like the pro-black stuff, extremely, extremely naive. I mean, I was literally about to get myself killed, fuck around with these niggas. Like I was, I mean, I'm not even the SJW type, but like when I say like I see oppression and I know what I've been through, and I'm sitting here thinking that like all of the pro-black quote unquote conscious people that they serious, that I'm finding out they getting that shit for money. And that shit is hurtful because like it's people that's really struggling that will really ride out, that really believe in, doing something for our community, no matter the consequences. And you got a whole bunch of people that's just literally stealing your content, plagiarizing your shit, and they just want to make money off. That's really hurtful. And they literally going around telling everybody, don't fuck with this person, they crazy. They the ones that's working with the CIA. They the ones putting people on blacklists. They gatekeepers essentially. And see, you go around them thinking that they actual black leaders. No, they just nothing but gatekeepers that's running honeypots that will put your ass, offer you up to the motherfucking government if you dead serious. That's their job. And see, I didn't know that. I really thought that, okay, there was a community out you could find these people that really care, but you could tell in just the way they move and they ineffectiveness in terms of building infrastructure and institutions and restructuring society and creating blueprints without fucking stealing it and trying to plagiarize shit from other people and lock out the source. And so, that's my own little healing journey. I don't want to go on my soapbox, but when you see a nigga like Lord, this Jamal character talking about brand Nubian and word is bond and Commission sciences and of earths and gods and a black man is God and sons of earth and all this shit. And these niggas, you go talk about you don't want to be on Vlad, you don't like Vlad. And like Royal Deluxe said, it's grifters in all spheres, climb the ladder types. And that's what I had to realize. Like, no, like people ain't about to ride out on their principles and all this stuff. Like there's grifters. There's people that put the bag before any little thing. And I had to, and God's, saying, Jenny, don't be so hard because like these people is used to a certain, they've been playing the game. I don't know nothing about the game. I ain't never want to enter the game willingly. I ain't signing no contract or nothing like that. But these people is playing the game and they already had that fame and fortune or whatever, so to speak. Obviously Brand Nubian is, I don't know none of their music. I only know of Lord Jamar from the Lash. That's a fact. I don't know a lick of his music. I literally only know about him from the damn show. Uh Years ago, obviously probably damn near a decade. Um, but when we think about like how they can socially and financially blacklist a person. Let's say a celebrity that won't play golf. They're already in the contract. They already sold, they already signed into Lucy or Bad Messes. And I was thinking about it, I said, well, I was like, well, what would you expect them to do? Like, do they just go, as far as if they need money, do they go back on their principles and just go on the last show, get easy, quick money and an easy, quick notoriety? Or do they go and find like a job somewhere? Because obviously they know how to shut people's bank accounts down, their money down, the algorithm down. I've lived through it. I'm living through it. I know what it's like. But I'm not I'm not a person that would just compromise. Like, okay, I'll go get a job. I'll go and find something to do, make something shake. But it's like when it comes to Lord Jamar, what was going on through his head? Like, did he think, okay, do I go work at a Walmart or do I just go get a job? But because this is how they strip you at your knees, you know. Do you just go and get a job somewhere, a regular job at a call center or something, and then people are looking like, well, that person was a brand new being rap. What are they doing working at this call center? And then they clowning you, making you feel like a failure, making you feel like you didn't make it. But really, they don't know that they didn't want to just follow their contract and they didn't want to sell their soul anymore. They didn't want to play the game anymore. That's literally usually what that is when you see a celebrity person living off their car, broke, walked away, one hit wonders. That's usually what it is. And so when we see Lord Jamar crawl back to Vlad, wearing Vlad shorts on him, that was a humiliation ritual. He got the shorts on him. He had, Lord, Vlad embarrassed him saying, "You called me first." It's been 5 years later. I would think he said, then I had to make time for you. He said I had to actually like schedule you in. Like, I wish the fuck you would. And it wasn't nothing Lord Jamar could say. He was looking embarrassed. He was looking defeated. He was looking like he went through the humiliation ritual. And here's the thing, people are in the know. People know. And you got his shorts on your butt. Vlad shorts on your butt, the white man shorts on your butt that you claim that he was the culture vulture, he was the devil, he disrespected the black man. We all got a boycott, but you got his motherfucking shorts on, sitting up there talking shit, and gotta crawl back. And people know, and people are talking. People are like, okay, is this humiliation ritual? Did the lad bend him over? People are talking crazy. And then they remember the Professor Dave ass woman. Professor Dave put a hurting on that white woman, And so this is just not a good look all around. It does not make me happy to see it because I take it for one. It sends a bad message to the community where a black man take a strong stance 5 years ago, right, and say, we got to, we can't promote a culture vulture, blah blah blah. We can't do this. We can't do that. And then 5 years later, renege and take your ass back on her. That's not a good look for even the children and the women, because there's a lot of women that that's kind of like, damn, like our men really won't stand for nothing. So that just means we just go do our own thing. That's why there is so much turmoil, because it's like the code of conduct. What code? The code is, oh, go sell your soul to get back on the last show. Claim they was doing it. She claimed he was doing it, and you got his shorts on, but that's the code. I'm supposed to follow, put the white man shorts on and go sit on this show after I done talked the gang and shit. And this is a man doing it. What do you think that sends to the women? What message do that send to the women? Damn, go put the last shorts on your ass and go sit on his show after you talk the gang and shit about. And for him to give you the little crumbs from his little platform, little check that you were looking for, 3,000, 4,000, wasn't about shit. Well, how much did he pay him? Because you called him, so you don't even have the leverage because you got to get back on the land of podcast. So that means you didn't even have the leverage. How much he pay him? 50,000, 50K, 60K? No, probably not even more than 10K. Not even more than a couple of months rent. Let's be real. This shit is embarrassing, and that's a whole man. For a woman, okay, you expect like a woman is, they women talk shit and da 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 and whatever. And you could see a woman putting on a nigga shorts, and sitting up there after she done talked the gang to shit. And because you done gotta throw her a couple of dollars, for her to pay her rent and shit. But this is a whole nigga. This is a whole man. That does not send a good look for the ladies, for the black women, for the black children. It's just not a good look for the man, for a black man to do that. It's not. I don't care what nobody say, and it doesn't bring me joy to see Jamar in that predicament. It doesn't. It doesn't. It actually makes me very sad. Um, because it's such a drastic 360. And like I said, with women in the patriarchy and women in the systems, the patriarchal systems always make room for pussy. Did it when Japan got conquered by the West, opium wars in China, Vietnam wars. You should study the dynamics during wartime and women and men, and then the conquering, colonizing nation or tribe or bloodline that conquers those people, and how the women get done compared to the men. Now they did something very different with melanated, very much so. Um, but when you look at it, it's at its surface level for what it is. There's major differences in the treatment by conquered people between women and men. We all know that, we talk about it, but they usually want to do a conquer and divide. They usually when they don't attack the men, they usually always want some sort of emasculation, and they always want some sort of gender divide on some level. But they design things in place to get the women to not respect their men. And usually, guess what? The men are not doing things that are respectable. Now let's wake it up. This may be a very uncomfortable conversation. Oh, it's hide under the. No, I don't want to hear that. But let's be real. At that point, like let's be real. What Lord Jamar did actually respectable. I mean, just 5 years ago, the same talking the gang, the shit told all the black community not to support Vlad. Do you know how many niggas in the hood listened to that, including myself? I said, okay, again, word is bond. Like I'm from the Anubis school of thought, believe it or not. I never told people that until this day. I never told people about the Anubis school of thought until this day. I've been hiding that because Naki, the chancellor, graduated his mystery science. All of that ancestral knowledge was given to me freely. So I had knew that, but I was always scared to talk about those type of things because obviously, we live in a world where everybody, it's or they have their beliefs, they judge, they don't like to um, talk about things that are different than them, and so it's sometimes hard. But I actually show you this mudra that was given to me. Now, the mudra itself means love energy. The mudra itself does mean love energy. But when you look at the way this is a new mudra that I created. It's um, it's designed to generate electrons from the center of the universe, or the galaxy rather. Um, and it was very meditative process to create it. I've been doing it for some years actually. I'm gonna actually get on camera and teach you guys all this stuff and the elements of weird finger placements and whatnot. Let me share this right quick. When you look at this particular mudra, and again, we'll get on. I'll show you guys like what the. Let me make this smaller so you at least can see it more up front. But and Jay said he's another brother polite. Exactly, exactly. And he said came crawling back to the gatekeeper himself. Exactly. When you look at this mudra, it looks like a jackal head, the Anubis jackal head. Now, not to the chancellor, we were sitting and we were coming up with this stuff. Now, when we think about the placement of the fingers, and we know about the mudras, the middle finger represents ether, spirit, and then the other finger that it's over is earth. I believe this is fire, is water, air. Yep, air sticks up at the top. Air and water sticks out. Spirit over earth, fire horizontal. Now I'm gonna teach you guys all of this. This is gonna be underground shit. This right here, you just get it, you know. But when you look at the placement, when you look at it from yourself, it looks like a L and an E, which stands for love energy. When you look at it from the other side, when it's not facing you, it looks like the Anubis jackal head. And so Anubis, we were talking about all this stuff when we come up with these mudras. And I was like, we're looking to generate electrons from the dark part of the left side of the galaxy. You know, he told me with this mudra, and I come up with it. But he said, look, don't this look like the Anubis? But I actually looked at this picture because I'm looking at the L and the E that faces E, that stands for love energy. If you do this mudra right and you're doing it correctly, it should look like an L and an E. You should be able to see the L, you should be able to see the E facing you. You should be able to, the thumb is horizontal. Your index finger is straight up to the sky, which represents air. Your middle finger is resting over, what is it called? The ring finger. That represents, and this is stuff that will learn. You guys know what each finger stands for. This is like stuff that you do know that the middle finger represents air, ether, spirit, over earth, and the middle finger it represents the earth, and then you have the water, which is your pinky finger, just out. So we're channeling. This represents love energy, pure energy, but it looks like the Anubis jackal head. And they come to find out, like, so, Naki the Chancellor, you know, happened to be one of the visitors from since I was 19 years old. And they happened to be in the area of Necropolis, which is where the Anubis mystery schools were at. And Anubis I remember the first time, I think I expressed this to someone. The first time I've seen Anubis, a picture of Anubis, I started crying like a baby. I think I told, I probably mentioned this in one video some years ago. But I started crying like a baby the first time I seen Anubis picture. I said, I remember your motherfucking ass. I started cracking, I started crying, and I said, I remember you. I remember you. And it was Anubis. It was a picture of Anubis. I said, who is this? I said, I know. I know. The first, it was such an instant familiarity. Instant. And then that's when he started coming to me in dreams. Anubis started coming to me in dreams. And, I've witnessed them snatching souls out of people's bodies, all types of shit. They the big dogs. They ain't no joke. They ain't no motherfucking joke. But they are highly, 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 they believe in righteousness. They believe in that code of conduct. These are not evil. That is not a demonic being. Oh, there's some demonic beings. That's not one of them, you know? But I thought it was interesting that this particular mudra looks like it could be the Anubis jackal head. I said, this is some 21st, 2025 century shit. It's 2025 in a year and 9. And we're going to do a whole ass video on camera. I probably am going to put it on Naki University of us teaching the actual science of this mudras, because again, what I'm giving you is the lightweight shit. There's an actual, like, how you have the lesser vanishing, right? Like, we've come up with some shit that's like that on steroids. And it's all new mudras, all new sciences, all new teachings that align with it, different activation of certain primordials. Some of it don't have the entities. We got a version where there is no entities, where it's just the concept of love energy. And then we have the version where the entities are activated. These are primordials. And then that's for those who are really, that already are way advanced. They already understand all this stuff. They already know. And we tell them, and now that got to be underground. Like that's not going to be no shit be given out. But when you see this mudra, just know it stands for love energy, and by way of the way we do things from the Atlantean 125D. Like I said, when I saw the picture of Anubis, I cried. I was like, damn, I know this motherfucker. You ain't gonna tell me. I said, I know. I'm very familiar with that energy. I said, it's been the first thing I said was, long time no see. How you doing? Long time no see. Long time no see. And then that's when I started getting them dreams, and was like being reacquainted. Very interesting stuff. Stuff that is heavy. It's heavy. But when we see the word as bond concept, go back in here and share this. When we say the word is bond concept from Lord Jamar, that's very serious. He has on the 7%ers hat, you know, creating a like, oh, there's really dangerous what you right now. This has been something that we've been doing. This mudra that we've created is actually years old. We're just now telling the public about it. Mashka is liberation. I'm very familiar with what Mashka is. Anubis is tied to the again. This mudra that we're talking about has been done. It's created years ago. Um, years ago. Actually, the science of it was also released years ago, but we put it back, covered it back up. Um, yeah, but when you're talking about the concept of mudras is not a Hindu. It's not solely a Hindu ideology. The fact of asanas, or the fact that you move your fingers in elements with the meridian points or the energy points within your body, that transcends any particular religion and any particular landmass, to be quite frank. When we talk about the Naga serpentine bloodlines, those bloodlines went into India to give them those sciences. I'm well aware about where those sciences come from. You can create a mudra. Maybe you can't. I have the clearance to. And so you can't, if you can't in your mind think outside of a box or expand your consciousness because you follow rules or you're in an order or whatever you're into, that's you. But don't bring that over here. It is not really dangerous because we understand the craft. For one, Commission sciences also have their own mudras, their own pictographic languages, their own ideograms. That's something that's been around for thousands of years. And the Nagas bloodlines created all IPUs, including Hinduism, including its ties to Ethiopia, the Nagas bloodlines, the sciences of Kemet, America. Those bloodlines share a very specific epigenetics. And either there are certain people that can awaken and activate onto those levels, but that's not all humans. It could be dangerous for you to try to create your own mudra. My mudras were created years ago. I've been doing them for years. And so I don't, we're just now releasing the mudra to the public. And so, yes, Anubis is tied to the afterlife, but Anubis is also, like we said, he also ran the area of the Necropolis area, which is where several pharaohs come from. They're just like you have the different, like Hathor had her own whole segment. But the thing that they didn't know mudras, or the thing that they didn't travel within the nobility class to different mystery sciences. Um, that's your limitations. That's not our. that's not that's not where we. Uh, that's not what we believe. And the Anubis energy has been on this planet since 2020. I've talked about that, and it's gonna get real. It's gonna get real, and that's all I can say. Now we know that he was in charge of funerary practices, the Hall of Judgment, where your hearts were weighed against a feather of law to determine the fate in the afterlife. Anubis escorts souls. And so we're very familiar with that. Um, but what do you think the veil is then? What do you think is happening? You think you live in a physical realm? You think a 3D realm is not spiritual? You think 4D realm because it's physical matter density? Somehow you separate that from the spiritual world. Somehow you separate that from the underworld. You know? Um, Again, it's a different school of thought. I'm not I don't think like I don't I'm not trying to not be offensive, but but that to me that's a self-imposed limitation. And this is a comment by Ripton Rat. He says playing with Hinduism. They It's not playing. This is my epigenetics. Like, did you do your genealogy and find out? This is not like there's no playing with any ideology. The idea of a mudra, it may be the Hindu word mudra, but the concept of finger yoga or finger exercise to tap into a symbol and an archetype that transcends a Hindu ideology. You see, the Greeks had their own symbols with their hands. You see, even now with many, whether we call them D9 or different, you see many people come up with different symbols to do with their hands. Why do you impose that limitation on yourself where you somehow think what another human does is dangerous? What are you trying to me, it sounds like you're trying to capsule someone else's ascension. This is our journey for the Naki University Esoteric Science. This is our department. If you're not at that level, then you don't need to be here. Simply. Like this is advanced. I'm not gonna even hold you. It is very advanced. This is stuff that those that are usually already initiated, they're the ones that studying this stuff. But for someone to just come on my channel and try to tell me, who comes from a Nagas 125D bloodline, who's a real Judite heir, black nobility, and to come and tell me that it's dangerous, it's dangerous for you, for something I've been doing for years, something that has been done for like, this is not something I came out on a scene with. This is shit I've been doing since I was 18, uninitiated, just naturally knew off the top of my dome, just from the visitations that I. And I'm not arrogant. I've been slapped up spiritually. I've been had an egg on my face. I've been humbled. I've had God chastise me and give me warnings. I've had that. I don't need no warnings from no weak ass, no projecting as self-limited as human. I don't. And so you know, I appreciate what you're talking about, but when you talk about Mashka, which means liberation, that doesn't tie to the afterlife. You can go to the afterlife and not be liberated. And so you come over here, you're trying to lecture me or explain some concept, and you don't even understand your own concepts. You know, um, and then you're saying right now astrologically, once again you're beholden to the planets. We are chaos. I'm a chaos esotericist. You beholden astrologically to something. To me, that is the chaos esotericists won't even follow that. We don't primordials don't follow that same science, because we are the creators of every living science on this damn planet. Your Mayan science, your Aztec science, Phoenician science, West African Ifa, Palo Mayombe, Shakti, Shiva, Vishnu, all that stuff. We know exactly what's going on. We know exactly what y'all got in y'all books, most of these books. Obviously, the Abrahamic faiths, the Kabbalah, dark Kabbalah, light Kabbalah, all that stuff. Uh, what else? Sufism, Zoroastrianism. What else? And I'm not, we talking about the. I'm not one that that's going to sit up there and try. Oh, we have to push this belief. I have to believe this. We have to do this. I just can't. I don't understand it. But I do admit that my delivery can be better, and I do admit that I don't have a lot of patience that I used to some years ago. um, and so it is what it is. But Love said, I saw something that if all you're doing is following someone else's rules, you have not grown, you have obeyed. That's right. Rules are meant to be broken. Sometimes you can create those rules. You can bend those rules. Now, can there be consequences? Can you get your ass smacked up? Yes, you don't think I've already been. See, that's the thing. A chaos esoterics is like risk. 125D beings from Saturn, like we like risk. And so we're willing to, okay, I done got slapped up by them. Oh shit. You got the Nakian sons, you got the Sumerians, Phoenicians. You got, let's be real, you go and you get the Curious George, what they say, curiosity killed the cat. There's a real thing with that. But here's the thing, as a primordial, we trust that, whatever's been on this planet it's been given to this planet. And history repeats itself. There's nothing new under the sun. There's literally nothing new under the sun. Now, you may think even when you come up with the new mudra, like how I've already talked about, I've given out these mudras about a year ago. I just removed that information from off the internet. But when we talk about even introducing the new energies, there's still a structured science that you're going by to create that moment. And it's not for everybody. It's not. Should the average human be running around doing the love energy mudra, the Kali J.N.S mudra? No, because it does. If your soul star chakra is properly connected to that galaxy, you should be able to generate electrons. There's other ways to generate electrons. That one is this one was just something quick. Okay, like we want something quick. The other practices is a little more time consuming. And they're a little old, they're a little outdated. And so we just wanted something that was more updated. But say you don't, in order to, it's frequency based. So they're activated at a certain frequency, just like a Naki magic is frequency based. If you go real right or if you go real wrong, if your frequency is fucked up, that stuff will turn on you. I've always been very open about that. But the Naki philosophy, intergalactic mentalism, the Naki science, anything in that science, that stuff is frequency based, even for myself. Now I go and touch my own shit that I have a federal copyright for the rest of my life, and 75 years after my death. And I go and I'm not operating at the highest love stuff, and shit ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna go right. That's even for my own God. That's created. Let's be in a whole other dispensation. And there are inorganic forces that seek to steal light, that seek to steal other people's information, that seeks to plagiarize, that's doing all types of things. And so we had no choice but to activate, to create time released science and frequency based science. Time release science, just like how you take a time release capsule, take a time released vitamin C or a liposomal, what's it called? Liposomal vitamin C, and it's time released and created in such a way where it get absorbed over time. And then it's frequency based. You walk running around in jealousy and hatred and love, you coming at people all fucked up trying to be fear based. No, my shit is not working for you. It's not. We don't have time for that. Most of these sciences, believe it or not, they've all been revamped. So it's the Solomonic magic, even the Nakian magic. A lot of that stuff is going towards a higher octave. The Saturnia rituals, it's going towards a higher level. That goes for everybody, including myself. My stuff don't be working and stuff. It's because my frequency, and I have to. I'm not in the best frequency. I'm not at that the level I should be. When I'm at that level, then everything is good. You said every religion I practice is someone else channeled from their guides. Yes, it's their own ideal parallel universe. Their way of seeking enlightenment, their way of getting enlightened. That's all it has been. And you say you're more than welcome to channel your own practices, and don't be afraid to create your own medium, rituals, communication with tethered to divine. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I love this. I love this. And that is so true. And that's actually, what is preferred. That's what planet Earth is for, is to teach humans how to channel their own light, generate their own electrons and protons and neutrons, work with their energies within to create their own modalities, their own rituals, their own communication practices with your own consciousness. You come together, you can do things together, but understanding the school of thought, creating your own school of thought, creating your own philosophy. It's fun. It's not supposed to be all serious. It can be serious. You will make mistakes. You will bump your head. Ritual may not go right. May create a spiritual deficit that you gotta make right. But it's a school to get those things out. So when you go to a higher dimension, you go to a different you already understand frequency, you already understand how to work within yourself. Because those dimensions it requires more. And so planet Earth is a free will planet. It's more denser, get away with a lot more. Not so much now, but you used to, we know about how they was doing all that, trafficking of the little ones, and human trafficking and all that stuff, how the governments were involved. We all know about all that stuff. Very wicked stuff. And so these studies are being revealed because the whole planet has to go to a higher level in accordance with Mother Gaia. But I love this comment. You should be channeling your own practices, and don't be afraid to create your own mediums, rituals, and communication with tethered to the divine. And that's so true. Your ancestors will guide you. Love will guide you. Supreme wisdom and intelligence will guide you. Creativity will guide you. You shouldn't be afraid of nothing. Nothing is holding you back. You ain't got to be studying no stars and no planets and getting scared. Now there's space and opportunity. There's context needed. But what people seek to do is judge and condemn when they don't even have full knowledge of what the fuck they doing. And so I had to check that person. But it is important for humans to do now. If you're a baby, spiritually, baby soul, you don't go seeking out no tuna tartare and steak tartare and damn Wagyu A5 filet mignon, okay, au gratin, potato au gratin, and you know your ass is 2 years old, 1 years old, spiritual. Why would you go seek out some high level primordial shit when you know you still, in the church or something? And it's fine. I like the church. I ain't knocking nothing. I'm just saying you still, sitting, every Sunday, listen, to a pastor condemn you to hell and ask for prosperity gospel, ask for you to donate your money, locking you in the damn church until you give your three the church the tithe basket them passed 3 times, giving your last to the pastor. You ain't got money for yourself there. Could have invested the money, would have had more. You would have gave the investment for yourself. A mutual fund or something. But you done sat in these churches that you're poor week after week, they ain't teaching you nothing. You're struggling, you're sick week after week in these churches because the pastors and Mason they don't give a damn about the flock. They don't really take the stuff they teach you serious, you know. And then you want to come over to the Naki Church of the Higher Self in the Naki University Esoteric Studies Department and come and wag your motherfucking finger, or you indoctrinated in religiosity, whether it be the Hindu religiosity, the Catholic, whatever. You want to come over here and wag your finger, and you a damn 1 year old in our eyes, a 2 year old in our eyes, coming to wag your finger at some shit you don't even you supposed to be eating banana puree, banana pudding, puree with grandma in the other room. Why'd you take your ass, your 2 year old ass, out of that room where the adults are to discuss? We should be discussing tuna tartare. We talking about steak tartare, and they fight why it don't make any sense. And then we the bad guys for chastising baby to go back in the room with grandma and enjoy banana puree. And it happens all the time. That's just an analogy. It happens all the time, but it's like, people got to know they lane. And they got to, I got my lane and I'm still awakening. I don't know even a tenth of it. I know which ways to protect myself. I made my claims. I stand by my claims. And I am a chaos esotericist. You will not be able to put me in a box. I don't care what you try to do. You will not. This is nothing but information and data. It's nothing but quantum teleportation in our eyes. Nothing but quantum entanglement in our eyes. It's nothing but love, unconditional love, and a Godhead in our eyes. God teaching us about interdimensionality and the various levels of what to do with our consciousness, becoming sophisticated. But we at different level. We at a different level. We at a different being. And our corrections, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. I own up to it. I say when I'm wrong. I can take accountability for my bullshit. Sure can. And so, can humanity take accountability for their bullshit and the mess that they caused? No. But I can take accountability for the mess that I've caused and the things that I have said and done and apologize. I have no problem doing it. But can those who want to judge us and look at us and say, can they do the same? No. We've tested it. We've tested it. And that's the sign. You can own your successes, but you can't own your failures. Then you're a fool. You gotta be able to do both and grow. That's how you grow. And on planet Earth, it's an acceleration because we learn in contrast. It's like, okay, how can you understand the full totality of love without understanding hate? But one can say, well, do I actually need to understand hate to understand love? Technically, no. But if you want to be accelerated, then most of the time you come to a free will planet. What's the danger of coming to a free will planet? Most of the time, the free will planet is blowing itself up after 5,234 years. Sure do. They've been doing that for thousands, billions of years. Most free will planets end up blowing themselves up, self-destructing. That's why a lot of beings don't step in because it's kind of like, okay, free will planets, that's always been their downfall. There's such a lag in the system and vie for power and greed and delusion where people actually don't. Somebody's always going to try to start up, the false dichotomies, the binaries, and the us versus them, mentality. And usually there's wars that break out. Humans will get messengers and different sort of spirit messiahs and helpers and interdimensional beings that try to help. They don't listen. No one, and it's not even humans, but other beings, other free will planets. They get this, um, and then they end up, going into a black hole, black wormhole. For those who understand physics, they end up blowing themselves up just like Mars did. For those who know what happened on Mars, and for those that's just part of the course for a free will planet. Like I said, we've been traversing this universe for aeons, and it's nothing to us. We've seen it so many times. It's like that show, The Expanse, when that dude that dude kind of, what happened to that planet where 5 million people was just like the whole planet just was gone, right? And how the average human just had so much guilt around. Like they wanted the guy to feel so guilty for doing it on the Expanse show. But I'm telling you, there are beings that have clearance to do those same type of things to different planets based on the experimentation. Okay, this is a free will planet. It's just not getting it. You have to recycle it into a black wormhole. And what happens is that you pretty much the information, the whole energies that created the low governing force, that is the low governing force, gets recycled to pretty much the Godhead, the creator source head. For those who did not have anything to do with that, they were already operating or had the knowledge of doing what they had to do. They get siphoned off. It's kind of like being rejected. Because they don't need that sort of lesson learning, or they don't need to be recycled back up. So they get to usually go into their own world, create their own, they go into something different. And so that means they can either go back to their own star system, their own star family. Ancestors will have dimensions already for them that they can cross over into, and whatnot. Usually works that way. But if you get recycled, if a planet has to get recycled into a black wormhole, um, yeah, those who caused the low governing force, it's not it's a bit different, because again, it's there's a recycling back, and for many people would say, well, we're just going back to the love frequency technically, but there is a judgment still, but it's just a different type of thing. And then I can't explain anything more than that information. But I love this comment. I think this comment was amazing. Yeah. Now let's look at what Lord Jamar did, because again, word is bond, taking things at face value, and that's the naivety. Like when you under a word is bond type of ideology, the information from the that the Anubis mystery sciences, the word is bond type of energy, I have to say that it breeds naivety in the people that follow it, especially after many generations, because they tend to take your word for what you say. And that was my problem. Always take it, I'll take anything at people say at face value. That's why I was always running into shock, when someone got caught lying or plagiarizing or stealing something, or, copycatting. Like I couldn't understand that. Like, or someone telling me something and doing the opposite. Like I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I couldn't, I'm like, what in the world? And because it breeds a lot of gullibility. That's the only downfall about the word is bond concept. Yes, what you say is your word. Yes, believe what you say, mean what you say, and you say what you mean. But if you go into the world thinking that's how other people operate, you're screwed, because that's not how other people operate. And so you still have to. That's when I had to learn discernment, triangulation, uh, reversion intelligence, being more analytical, making sure that actions align with words. That's so important. Don't pay attention to what people say. Pay attention to what the fuck they do. That's more, and that goes for any human listening. Always pay attention to what people do, not what they say, because that goes even for your relationships, how people treat you. When people, they're gonna say, "Well, what's the person's intentions towards me?" What the fuck are they doing? That's their intentions. What they say, and they could say, "Oh, it's you, it's not me." They don't call you. They didn't switch right back. Well, that's their intentions. They telling you, they showing you. Always pay attention to the people's intention, and what they doing. If it matching what they say, if it's matching what they say, good. If it's not, you got a problem. You got to get down to the bottom of something. Really do. Now, it don't mean that, because people are complex, so it don't mean that they're totally being nefarious, but you still want to get down to the bottom psychologically as to why your intentions is not matching that outcome. Or you well intentioned, but it's still you not delivering as promised. We gotta have a discussion for Jamal. Because I think he was well intentioned, but he didn't deliver as promised. Why? He said he wasn't gonna go on with it. Oh, I'm done with the lad. The lad is a culture vulture. He's the white man. He's doing this. He's doing that. He's that. He didn't apologize to the black man. Blah blah blah. And then you show your ass up there with his shorts on, with Vlad shorts on. By that, his brand. Vlad has a brand of shorts, and you on his platform, looking dead in the eyes, looking like your soul is gone. And we want to talk about that. Why that's the thing. The last thing I want to cover about the word is bond is, another thing about falling under the word is bond concept is that the loyalty that it breeds for other people who also fall under it. Like, like that's why, they have the nations of gods and earth, that I think they might, operate as a secret society. I'm not sure. I don't have that much experience with that school of thought. But what I will say is the word of bond is a very ancient, at least 15,000 years, is a very ancient concept. Okay. And I've had friends that also believe in the word is your bond. I remember I had one friend. And what the beauty of that is that I remember we fell out. We weren't even speaking. Now, none of our personal information made it light day or nothing like that. I wasn't, no, we gonna have mad day and blast your ass and nothing like that. But we weren't speaking. And it was in 2015. And I had got kicked out. I remember came from grad school to go visit a family member, and they kicked me out because I had lost your keys. I lost your keys. And by that I mean I physically lost the keys to get inside the house, and they were so upset at me, and so they're like, you know what, just I'm gonna kick you out. So I literally had nowhere to go. I didn't even have income. This is 2015, and this person that I fell out with, who also believes in the word is bond mentality. We grew up together. And I called her, we had talked. We had totally fell out. And I told her what was the case. We fell out, but we have a word of bond code of conduct. Told her my situation. And she picked me up within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, and she let me stay at her house with my own room for free. I didn't have to pay no rent either. But I did have to work 2 hours in their business per day. Not her business, but her family's business. So for our family's business for 2 hours per day, I had to come down and fill out paperwork, do taxes, and a lot of administrative stuff because that's where my mind is more administrative anyway. So I was doing that, and it was 2 hours a day, and I felt like that was fair to not have to pay rent, and to stay and have your own room and bed and dresser. But we hadn't. I mean, we had fell out. But when I made that call, within 5 minutes, she was there. I had my little suitcases, and she drove me to her house. We explained to her, to her family, like what was going on, and I had to stay there. And I did go. I did eventually um, end up going back to Georgia. I did leave from there straight and go back to Georgia. Now, what was interesting is that, you know, even though we're staying in her house, right? We're staying, and we talked it out. We talked out our differences and our difficulties, but it was still tense. It was. And she said, you know what? I don't even care. You need a place to stay. You ain't got to leave a motherfucking talk. You can go. She said, I like to work anyways. I work all day. So you don't even want to fucking talk. We don't even have to talk. So that's the power of the word is bond concept. But we was able to work that out, obviously. Because you ain't going to just live up in nobody's motherfucking roof and not talk. Right? Like that's ridiculous. So I said, well, no, let's talk this out. Let's explain. Let's get it out on the table. Let's talk about communication. We were terrible communicators. By that, anybody that have a conversation with me, I get worked up and I animated and I cut you off. And I don't even mean no harm. I have to literally restrain and listen. Take a very disciplined approach and listen instead of just wanting to hurry up and get my point across. And so we talked about that. Like, you have to communicate better, both of us. We have to stop jumping to conclusions. We have to stop judging, and we talked about that. And that was the better way to handle that. But again, the word is bond concept. That's what it engenders, you know. And if someone called me, if a friend called me and say, or when it's under that same concept, they got to be under that same. I won't do this with no random person, but if they under that word is bond code of conduct, and they call me say, yo, I need $300, I need $200, I need help, I'm going through some card broke down. Okay, I will help them. Sure would. Even that same friend, if she called and said, you know what, my car fucking broke down. I need $500. I have to buy tomorrow. Okay, I need $500. I gotta get to work. I gotta take my baby to whatever. Da da da. I would do it. No questions asked. But again, there's only certain people I would do that with. It wouldn't just be no random ass nigga. But a person that showed me at my worst, when I was at my worst, I was home. I had nowhere to go. None of my family was because they wanted me to go to a homeless shelter. They always wanted to paint this picture that I was fucking crazy. A literal genius that they copy and follow my every move. But I remember I asked another family member. I said, and everybody said no. All of my family, even my biological and adopted family, it was a stranger I'm not even related to at my worst moment. And actually, I had another friend that was willing to help me at my worst moment, but I wouldn't have had my own room. She was like, yeah, I had called her first because we were still cool. And she said, yeah, you could come. My mom ain't going to give a shit, but look, you ain't going to have your own room. It's mad niggas that's already piled up over here. She said, it's mad niggas that's piled up over here. If you going to you literally be sleeping like on a couch or some shit or in my room on the floor on another blow up bed or something. And it was just like, I thought about it and I was just like, what she had accepted. And I said, you know what? I'll just call the other friend and I don't play along with. So I done had that moment. That's kind of like the moment that maybe Lord Jamal is having. It's just with the white man. It's just it's at a different level. But like when you think about it, like having to call someone, the concept of having to call someone that you fall out with and that you're at your lowest and being under the word is bond concept and then wanting them to help you out and then they help you out. That's just a human thing. And so maybe that's what Laura Jamar and Vlad was going through, because he said they were friends. It's just a black and white thing. And see, with me, this was another black woman. When we were both under the word of bond. We're not initiated into no order or nothing together. We just grew up. We just known each other since fucking 11 years old, and we believe that in order to being a good friend, you don't if you fall out, you don't spread each other's fucking business all over the fucking streets. You have a code of conduct. You try to work things out. Sometimes the relationship's not going to work. Um, if you need me, we should be there for one another, but we should not deceive one another. We should not try to be, we're not, it's not a competition. It's not, like the way that women behave in friendships is kind of appalling to me. The frenemy thing, they're looking to compete. They're looking to set you up and shit. I just don't have time for that. I don't think like that. My bloodline, as far as like, I'm not talking because I know there's been betrayal in my own bloodline of women, but I'm talking about spiritual shit. The 125, the Atlantean dimension, our matriarchal order, the Council of 99, the Order of Kali. Oh, we would detest. We totally, and I don't care how it sounds, we totally define the way that women treat each other on this planet. Absolutely disgraceful. You're absolutely appalled. We detest it. It's disgraceful. It's the most disgraceful thing we ever witnessed in our lifetime. I was actually talking with the Institute Lucifer not too long ago about it. He was like, "Damn, you really dead ass serious about this? He said, you on a planet where these bitches hate your ass. They don't give a shit about none of that shit you're talking. He's talking about divine feminine and matriarchal orders and all this shit and code of conduct and looking out for your sister and all this stuff. And like it's dude. We're gonna talk about that next week. It's going to the title of the Fireside Chats for Lucifer. Because Sun Ra, he had an album called Fireside Chat. And we're gonna play his movie. But then me and that entity, we got into a couple of weeks ago, and I cussed his ass out when he was because he's like, dude, it's refreshing and shit that you talk of, that you remember your original order as far as like interdimensionally as far as like the code of conduct, that the way y'all carry on up where you from. But on this planet, oh please. And that's what he was trying to tell me. He was like, do you know how many assassination attempts these bitches plot on you? Like, he was like, dude, like, they don't give a shit about none of that shit you talking about. They ruthless. They said they sell their daughter. He told me they sell their daughters out. They sell their daughters to get, they sell their daughters to men. They pimp out their own daughters. That's what these women are doing. It's disgraceful. It's like, and even those entities find it disgraceful. They just testing them because they know they'll do anything for money, for cars, and for recognition, and for and they compete with it. Once, as soon as a dick get in the picture, these women they bring out the knife. They bring up the gun. Bring out. They ain't got no code of conduct. They ain't got no code of no sense of honor, no sense of honor and integrity when it comes to each. And we're not talking about like being a feminist and hating other fucking men. It's not the point. It has nothing to do with men. You should. Actually, in our dimension, we love men. We baby them. Yes, some of them get coddled, treated better more than others. Yes, some of them, yes, we swoon over some of the men, but we would never, ever, ever sell out. Like you never sell out another female, but like you just don't do certain shit that I see on this planet. You just don't do certain shit. Ugh. It has nothing to do with man. The way that women interact with each other in their code of conducts, in their friendships and relationships, have nothing to do with men. It's not about competing for men. It's not even about competing with each other. It has nothing to do. It's a totally separate topic. So and you never ever let them put you against one another, fight against one another. And see, they reverse engineered all of our sciences down on this planet to where they use it against us. Now they do conquer and divide. They want all the women in competition with each other. They want all the women to be at distracted in cat fights. Why these niggas and these men they do nothing but pretty much they get away they get away with murder essentially. And as we know, and when I say they get away with murder, that is literal. Can't murder anyone. Yeah, the fact that how many every 6 hours a black woman is killed. Like they literally get away with murder, and no one is talking about the femicide globally. Femicide in America, femicide, oh, it's really bad in Africa. Femicide is really bad in India. Femicide in the Middle East. They literally get away with murder. Um, but I was talking with Lucifer about that. He like, man, do you know, like you talking about all this women with black women shit, like, this women stuff. Man, he said, if you know these bitches be plotting on you to take you out. They sit up there trying to set you up, even your own family members, dude. Get the fuck out of here. That's what he's telling me. He's like, wake up. But at the same time, I have to be who I came to be, just not with those individuals. There are women that got that understand, that get it. And so if it's only one or two or three, that's fine with me. But I just know I can't switch up and change because some knuckleheads that fucked up their own planet. Or don't forgot they self, don't want to evolve they self, that hate they self. I ain't got time. I can't let them project that bullshit onto me. I gotta keep it moving. You know? But that's why word is bond and code of conduct is a good conduct to have because it's an ancient Commission creed by way of Necropolis, Tennis, and Atlantis. Now, when we talk about Lord Jamar, he got his ass whooped by Professor Day. He falls out with Godfrey, calls out Godfrey and all this stuff. Then, I'm gonna tell you where this is coming from. Because I was on my channel and I warned, and I know that I warned these black, particularly those that was, against, during the election. I warned them to not, and I said this consistently. Like this is still, these videos are still on my channel with me saying, because I already knew what was coming. I warned certain black men to not disrespect the presidential candidate. I didn't say you didn't have to support. I understand if you don't want to support a person or promote a person, that's fine. But Lord Jamar went on Piers Morgan's show, which is a white man, and he disrespected and called Kamala Harris a bitch. Now remember I had told them months ago, Yeah, I said, okay. When they switched it to Biden from Biden to Kamala, I said, look, guys, you ain't gotta like her, I don't know, whatever. You have some issues with her policies, whatever, fine. You can voice that. But don't disrespect her off of the strength of being a woman because she is tied to very powerful orders in this country that are interdimensional. Even if they don't like her, they will still ride out for her. Also, I said that she was adopted by the black. Well, like these videos are still up. They were talking about like stuff that's like 8 months old now. I said she was adopted by the black slave who built the government infrastructure of America. They want you to think certain things. I'm not going to say anything about it because whatever they want you to think is what they want you to think. They want you to think they were funded by the J.D. Um, and they were, they never want to talk to you about the African Blood Brotherhood and the Moors that set up the infrastructure and led George Washington. And the white appearing Moors, who indigenous blood that appear white to be the forefront and the face of the system. It's always been that way. Always kept it still that way. There are boulets that are very low level, but there is a hidden hand, by all of that. But yes, people say the boule are the counsels to the king. That's true. They're advisors to the king. Chief counsels of the chief as well. So it can also be interpreted that because there's different and here in India got their own version of this. And they use the word chief instead of king. It's much more intricate. The black nobility is higher than the boule. They adopted Kamala Harris as well as the boule. Now, I understand that, we have our delineation stuff, you know, um, there's the acronyms that's all come out there, but there are Black Americans, regardless, like I said, regardless of your acronyms and regardless of your delineation, that see Kamala Harris is black. Now that is beyond what I knew that, even though I understand that she's from the Brahmin priesthood class and that she also has ties to Jamaica. Technically, she does have Moorish royalty in her. Um, but I knew that going in that what was the play as far as like how it works at the high levels that is hitting the average human. And so I knew because I've seen other black men attack her in 2020, and I saw these motherfuckers is in a homeless shelter. It was in McDonald's running Wi-Fi internet service. That's how I knew. Because 1 week after a person attacked her with the same black men calling her a bitch in 2020, there was another order, Obia woman and these were all Obia group of people, and they said they was gonna fuck his ass up. Within 1 month, that channel that had $500,000, 500,000 subscribers was gone, and the nigga lost his house, lost his millions, and was out in a homeless shelter, uh, uh, using fucking McDonald's Wi-Fi for internet service to get on social media. And so I witnessed that. I knew what I literally watched it, and it's nothing I could do because they actually had threatened to kill me. That actual person that called Kamala Harris a bitch, they threatened me. They did some very disrespectful things to me. So I already had knew. I said, yeah, you kind of violate your own order. Yeah, you're saying you're from the order of Tahuti. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you violated pretty hard. Yeah, you're going down because those are orders that protect the divine feminine. And Kamala Harris does have some ties to that shit. She just does. Call her Indian, Brahmin class, Tandoori, whatever you want, whatever disrespect you want to levy at her. You can do that, but if it's unwarranted, don't be shocked when those energies. This is somebody that has ties to the Shakti energy. That's a very primordial energy. It's very melanated energy. It's pitch black. The Shakti school of thought is come from come on, like that's a Nagas science. They are on her head. They protect her. Not to mention the Osiris. And so when Lord Jamar went on Pierce Morgan's show, again, you don't have to like Kamala. It's not the fucking point. It wasn't about promoting her. I've talked my little shit. I didn't go hard, and I wasn't disrespecting. You notice it was very lightweight politics. It was very much oh shit because honestly it kind of confused me because they switched it from Biden to Kamala, and so it was already like a confusion for a lot of people. I can imagine switching it 4 months before the election. It was a mess. Um, even though there was really no genuine beef there, then now we got to act like okay, well, it wasn't comfortable for me. I have um only because like again that they switched it up on it. Everything was switched up. Now you didn't have to like her or promote her, but to get on a Pierce Morgan show and to call her a bitch as a black man, optic wise, to go on a white man show and do that. Now you could say, oh, Kamala's an Indian. Yeah, you can get away with that, but here's the thing: Laura Jamar is Guyanese, part Guyanese. Do you know how many Indians are in Guyana, Guyanese? Is Lord Jamar, do he not look like he could be part Dravidian or have some Indian Brahmin class shit in him? Do you know how dangerous? Like this is this shit. Like because people don't understand stuff interdimension. They looking at human flesh. They're not understanding their genealogy. They're not understanding their epigenetics. They going by nationality, which is cool, and delineation, which is cool, but there's something much, much, much deeper going on here. You still a soul in the human body. And so Lord Jamar is guy in there's a lot of Indians that made their way over there. You think Lord Jamar is solely African? No, he's most likely admixed from Guyana. Different things going on in his blood. He could be part Chinese for all we know. There was some Chinese over there. There were some Africans over there. There's some Indians over there. Also American Indians as well. So how do we know what Lord Jamar really is? He's talking about he's Black American, and that's such a misnomer. You got your own genealogy to unfold. He's talking about coming at oh she's Indian, oh she's East Indian, she ain't Black American, and he's sitting up there from Guyana, probably got an East Indian grandma somewhere, great 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 grandma that's East Indian, talking like that. He got on Pierce Morgan show. I'm telling you, I bet you if he did his genealogy, he'll find that he has an East Indian grandparent. I'm talking. I guarantee. I'm talking to your soul, Lord. I'm talking as a seer, an oracle, a symbol, and a great mother. I am talking. I can see what you are. You do your genealogy. Just looking back all the way to Gulf and Guyana, whatever. Did you not have East Indian, American Indian? What did you find? The Jamaican. That's Caribbean. Kamala's Caribbean. Huh? Guyana's Caribbean. Indian. Huh? And so when Lord Jamar does some shit like that, he's stepping on toes, spiritual toes. Okay. To get your ass up on Paris Morgan and say some shit like that. Disrespect a woman like that. You ain't gotta like her. Maybe you don't like her style. Okay. Cool. But you don't do no shit like that. I knew when he did that, I said, oh, they about to be on his head. I said, oh, they about to set his ass up, smooth the fuck up. I already knew. Like I said, there are orders that don't even give a shit about commanders, but they will step off of the strength of the divine feminine and the fact that she's a woman. Um, there are orders that will step on the strength that she's East Indian from the Shakti school of thought. There are orders that will step on the fact that she's Jamaican, or whatever you got the Obias, the Rastafari that will step out for her. There's orders that will step on her for the fact that she is divine nine, aka Boule, that will step on out for her and try to ride out for her. And they did try to come up with a plan for the black man as a way to kind of try to bring most niggas in the fold. You think that she came up with that? No, it was black men that was trying to help her out. What the fuck? Like, you don't do no shit like that, Lord Jamar. So I already knew. After once he called her a bitch, the day Professor Dave shit, he gets his ass smacked up and embarrassed like a motherfucker. And Professor Dave looked like a dumbass and know what he's talking about. Then he got to crawl back to the land, the Jew, and wear his shorts and wear the white man's shorts White man is the devil, as you guys say. With Mr. Farrakhan. And I was sitting there riding out, like with me. That's why I hate being so gullible sometimes. Because when he was talking that shit 4 years ago, I'm going to show you my whole video. I did a whole video 4 years ago talking about, yes, we got to back Lord Jamar, Lord Jamar. Oh my God, they're going after the black man. Oh my God, they're hurting the black man. Oh. And, like, come on, you know how many women shot themselves in the foot riding out for these niggas? And we done shot ourselves in the foot riding out for Lord, not, what was it called? Umar Johnson. We look crazy. The reparations space. These niggas all sold out and left us hanging with a bag, man. And it's like, damn, man, like I could have just joined the motherfucker. Them bootleg niggas have been after me since I was 15 years old. Them AKAs was monitoring, watching me, and he stood there. I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying, like since I was 15, and these niggas fucked it. These are men, and they all folded. They all folded before I did. And I think they probably like this dumb bitch, like, dude, they wanted my life. They wanted, man, I'm like, they wanted the Destiny Strike so bad. And I guess they figured, like, dude, they hated. I think that's why there was such a resentment towards me. Because I think they realized, like, man, if we have what you can do, or we knew what you know, or the assets that they freely give you, oh, we would sell out in a heartbeat. I think that's what it was. Because them niggas have been around me for a long time, watching and monitoring. And in many ways, even looking at them some level. I would say they in many ways, and that's because my bloodline walked. We were the bloodline that walked away, but kept things at least from I don't know. Like sometimes it's contentious, and sometimes I don't think. I think it could have been something I misinterpret in many ways, and in some level, it could be a genuine dislike within certain ranks and within certain people, and so I understand that too. I'm not fully naive. Um, Nonetheless, I still believe in standing on my principles. I still believe in, doing things my way. And it's harder in many ways. It is very hard to be shadow banned and to be algorithmically um, castrated because you don't fit the mold of the status quo and because you decide to, speak on things that feel good to your soul and that you want to teach some, that's all it is for me. I want to teach some things. I want to move freely. I want to say things freely. But it's a price to pay either way. Either if I was to go into that system, I'll be paying an even worse price, if you ask me, than staying out and not having like whatever the the shit was had not having Niagara on my side. And like shit gets rough. I don't have no shame in just going or whatever it is, like or a corporate job, whatever. I don't have any shame in that because I I didn't care about the image. We're not here to impress people. We're just not. Um, Certainly not these people. They'll sell you out in a heartbeat. And so, Lord Jamar, I think he was just more so like shit. I need the money. These niggas never supported me anyways. They see I'm suffering. They don't care. And so shit, I gotta. This white man was my friend. He said it. Lord Jamar was like, the Vlad was actually my friend, and he gave up his friend. I guess from his perspective, he was like, shit, it wouldn't even work because them niggas pay shit. They sell out for the drop of a dime. And he done cut his bag or whatever, his opportunity, trying to take a stand, and didn't nobody have his back. I know what that feel like. The same thing happened to me. It's just that I do things now from a higher plane. So now I know that these niggas is just they not ready. They not ready. They not worthy, to be honest. Not all of them. But you guys know what I'm talking about. And if my friend called me, she said, you just need to worry about your life. Because she said, they not there yet. She said, them people is selling each other out for little to nothing. Like, and she was talking in code, but she said she's like, they selling each other out for little to nothing. McDonald's motherfucking chicken sandwich, dude. I mean, they getting in deals and contracts, offering up motherfuckers as a sacrifice for little thing. Not even like nothing like, and they don't care about they like you talking about integrity or let's build our new infrastructure, let's build our empire, let's build these things out from scratch. Let's just take a stance. Let's just ride out no matter what. She trying to get it in my head like, dude, they don't care. And that sucks. But she said that. and it hurt. It touched me. Like it kind of hit my core. Because I was like, you know how people say something, they really trying to get you to understand something, and you just don't want to understand. Because I do believe that we should be the change we want to see in the world. We have to be that example no matter what. But it's not a good feeling to know that you're on an island of your own and that it's lonely at the top and that niggas low key resent you. Because they always resent anybody that's a real true light, you're gonna have resentment. When you think of like how Professor Clark, John Clark, and Dr. Benham, they died alone, on nobody there for them. It was in homeless, they're not homeless, they're nursing homes and shit. Where was the community at treating them like the princes that they are? Prince and nobility that they were. I mean, Dr. Ben is it comes from Solomon Dynasty. Like why where was his special treatment at the end of all that work he did from the community? Should have been looking out for him, eating him, making sure he got clothes on his back, food on the table. They didn't do that. Because there was a low key jealousy. That's literally what it is. I had talked about this years ago, how when people be treating like how they did Nipsey Hussle, how they did J.N.S, that's jealousy. Motherfuckers do shit like that, set you up, and it's jealous, but it's not because they got money. Because J.N.S ain't had no money. J.N.S ain't had no motherfucking money. He was working at Amazon warehouse. It was the light. It was the fire, the flame that burns within it. It was the light they wanted to see snuffed out. Quiet as a cat, Missy also ain't really had no big money like that. Let's be real. That marathon, I think he had like 2 million in liquid or whatever, but that don't be their motherfucking money. He had signed a fucked up contract too. And let's be real. Niggas was jealous of his light. It was the light in him. Same with Sandra Bland. It's the light. It's the light that's in the motherfucker that people want to snuff out. They can't be you. It's the light. You stand on integrity, stand on honor to the very end. That's all the wealth and money you need. That's the way, because people that got that wealth and money, they gave it all away just to get it. So if a nigga coming around talking about like Thomas and Kara type shit, Thomas and Kara standing on integrity, the nigga, ooh, that could make it for him. Ooh, I love me some Thomas and Kara. It got me. It got me hot and bothered. Just thinking of, it's pure integrity, pure light, pure light. That's a light. And what happened? Jealous niggas killed him, shot him 12 times. His best friend. Best friend. Supposedly. Second in command. Took him out for the Western Empire. Conference. That's cold. That's some cold shit. Ooh, that's cold. And see, I don't believe in that. I just don't. I just don't. That's why I said, where is the niggas like Tamnissa and Kara? Come get me. Where is the ladies? Like, where is the ladies that, you know what I mean? Like, we need to band up and we need to stick together, have each other's back no matter what. And again, it's not even like I'm so beyond. My mind is expanded. It's about the soul now. Because right now you're thinking it's truly about, like how Martin Luther King said, it's truly about the content of your motherfucking character. The frequency. You're dealing with frequency. People gonna think everybody gonna make it just because, oh, you this race or this bloodline or that ain't these days. It's frequency based. God is no respecter of persons. What's your frequency? God is a respecter of frequency, not persons. What does person mean? Persona. What does persona means? The act, the archetype. Let's look at what is it's the character. I said the act, but it's the character that is presented or perceived by others. That's the persona. God ain't no respecter of your motherfucking the way you want to be perceived by others. Your actor in the game, the identity, the image. Image is an optical illusion. Image is deals with your perception. God is no that's what when we say God is no respecter of persons, that's what that means. But God is a respecter of frequency. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. It's going to get through the gatekeeping into the access to the other dimensions. And a lot of that's going to be based on your frequency, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race. So that's what's important these days. Let's see what. So I'm taking guesses over here. Maybe their interviews too heavy to rise above the waters to the new world. I guess I need more context 'cause I don't know what that means. Maybe their interviews too heavy to rise above the waters. Probably like what's the context though? Give me the context and then I can probably guess. And see, you know more about this stuff than I do, because when you say waters in the new world, I honestly don't. I don't know how to interpret that. Royal Deluxe is well learned on a lot of these topics, so I'll be learning from him sometimes. But let's look at what Lord Jamar had to say just a couple of weeks ago.
Supposed to say, you know what I mean?
Let me see if this. I'll make sure it's clear.
Like, what's he supposed to say? Like, I wouldn't be. He's right. I wouldn't run up on him and all that type of shit. It's not that serious where I want to fight him and all this type of shit. So he's right. There's nothing to worry about as far as that is concerned. You know what I mean? We just standing on FBA business. That's all. You know what I mean?
But would you have a conversation?
Oh, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? You're disgraceful now. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I say when motherfuckers use all these titles out here. You understand what I'm saying? And then you get to flip-flopping and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you ain't never seen me on no Cro-Magnum and no interview is beef. It's intellectual beef. It might not be physical beef, but goddamn it, it's gonna be intellectual beef. Ain't no motherfucking way me and you about to sit down and agree on shit. That's just all it is. And so yeah, ain't no motherfucking you see what I'm saying? Yeah. We might not, unless you want to take it there, and we could take it there too. Nigga, it'd be on and popping, nigga. You want the loud and shit. You understand what I'm saying? And did all type of crazy. They didn't drug you. You didn't say they didn't drug you on goddamn TV, man. So come on, man. You throwing some crazy shit up on a man. So, man, if you felt like a motherfucker had did something like that, lace your shit, nigga, it'd be on and popping, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna, nigga. If you thought motherfucker lace you, nigga, it'd be on and popping, nigga. So, that was your way of getting out of that. But what you did with Vlad, man, that's just like, man, that's really just that's really embarrassing, nigga.
It is. And it don't make me comfortable to see it. It don't, because a lot of us, again, to be honest, let's be real. Lord Jamar I've only known about him from Vlad. I was in high school, we were watching Vlad, and we didn't know any better. I was in high school, and so we were introduced to the brand Nubian and to him through that platform. And in many of us, we're impressionable. It's like, okay, well, maybe one day we'll be on Vlad. But then Jamar goes and tells all of us, the youngins, that we cannot support him. We can't go on there. We must boycott. And many people took that, man. Many people took that on. Many people followed that advice. And then to see 5 years later for him to go back on there, it's not a good look. It's not. And then the picture of him leaning on him in his shorts, people already got conspiracies about, the humiliation rituals and what you got to do to get put on and what you got to do to get a bag. Like, come on, it's not a good look. It's embarrassing.
To your manhood, your word, being you saying word is bond and shit. And
people, we were just talking about the word is bond concept from the Anubis school of thought.
People living on that, standing 10 toes down on that, and then you come back, nigga, and do exactly the opposite, man.
Listen with him in person, though?
Would I have a conversation with him in person? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It depends. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hate dude. It's just he's, would I rock with him the way I rocked with him before? No. Because, you know what I mean? You showed your true colors. You know what I mean? But it's not like, I have a phobia of him or some shit where I can't talk to him, but I'm not supporting his platform like that. And I'm not, I'm not going to...
It was just a couple of weeks ago, by the way. I'm not supporting his platform.
be fooled into thinking that we cool like that. He's about him, you know what I mean? And I'm about me.
So we would never see a day when we see Lord Jamar back with Vlad.
Watch this part. We would never see a day.
On this platform, even if he came out and apologized for everything and
your true colors, you know what I mean? But it's not like, you know, I have a phobia of him or some shit where I can't talk to him, but I'm not supporting his platform like that. And I'm not, you know, I'm not going to be fooled into thinking that we cool like that. He's about him, you know what I mean? And I'm about me.
So we would never see a day when we see Lord Jamar back with Vlad on this platform, even if he came out and apologized for everything and was
it's too late for that. It's too late.
I think he just said no, it's too late for that. This was just about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's too late for that.
Do you think Godfrey is going to go back? Because he said he's not going to.
He said he's not, but you know, I don't know about his integrity. So we'll see.
Now he's talking about Godfrey's integrity, the Nigerian. And he voted before Godfrey is, and he's talking about Lord Jamar when he's FDA, but really he just jumped on that bandwagon, you know, whatever that is about. But he's Guyanese. Lord Jamar could very well have a Dravidian, an ancient East Indian great grandparent, where he's up there calling a woman a bitch on no other white man's platform, who was adopted by the Black nobility class because they had a plan with her as it relates to, you know, as it relates to bringing in make it pretty much setting up the new infrastructure. We use the Boule set up their original infrastructure. The Black nobility set up their original infrastructure using Moorish science and masonry and American indigenous ancient science. Let's be real. Scottish, Irish, Moorish masonry. That we already know. That's just common sense. I mean, they don't hide it. Nothing is hidden. You may gotta research a little bit more. A lot of they did hide the influence of the Moors in America. That you know, but that could be researched, you know. But as far as where we see ourselves now in 2025, as we today, all these years later, since 1776, since the inception of America. Yeah, there was a time where there needs to be a new restructuring, and to be honest, it would have been a lot easier at the last minute once we threw out the last minute intangibles. It was better to pivot in terms of as it relates to Americans. Last minute intangibles, that 100K intangibles that they offered. That's when that would have been a slower transition to infrastructure versus having to build an infrastructure when they're taking everything. That is a positive. And there were a group of men that sold us out and knew what was happening and knew what it meant for certain birthrights, certain people, including myself, and they told us they thought they were going to get this check and this big bag from this white boys. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. It fucked up a lot of things. And we still trying to figure out how to, you know, do things right. In many ways, things will be made right. But it's not. It's harder. It's considerably harder. But maybe that's a part of the challenge and a part of the soul growth, because this is a spiritual experience to me. Even even though I know it's a game, I know it's an illusion. As far as for government, are you serious? But I also know that the cult is from the system, and I also know how the system's really ran, and I do know that it's still spiritual science, and I do know that motherfuckers will try to steal your birthright, they will try to destiny switch, they will try to fuck you up in the game if you don't know who you are, if you're not on your toes, you'll square. Simple, if you're not on your square. But let's continue.
We'll see. But trust me, I was the one that painted us in the corner of not going back on there, because the homie was talking about, well, maybe we'll just take a break. No. I was like, no breaks.
Man, you can't be serious, man, that you could say all of this shit and turn right around. This shit just had, I got this off the brother's page. If y'all see it, I give him shout out, for me using his work. You know what I'm saying? And I'll get it in. If y'all could put it in, drop his name in the chat for me. You feel me? I just took it so quick I couldn't get, you know what I'm saying? But, Yeah, the nigga, he just wore it. That's the hat he wore in the Vlad. Yeah, he ain't down with no 7. He ain't down with the 7. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? That nigga ain't got no number. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't repping no number. Yeah, he ain't take the Lord off. He ain't, that nigga just Jamal. Yeah, he ain't no more Lords in there, just Jamal. You understand? Janky Jamal. You understand? This nigga went from Lord Jamal to Janky Jamal. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Jiving ass Jamal. This nigga, man, I can't believe he did. But I could, but I didn't think. Man, recover. You understand what I'm saying? I told him, man, go on and recover. Tell you, going back and say, Godfrey, I'm man, apologize to you, man. I was gone. That loud had me shook and shit, man. That was, I don't know where y'all got that loud from, but nigga, I was shook. And the white boy cleaned me up, and it wasn't your fault, and I'm just gonna take the L, and goddamn it, I'll get back with him. You know what I'm saying? I apologize to you. You've been a good friend of mine, and I don't want to lose your friendship.
I hated that. He would have been better off going on Godfrey asking for a couple of dollars and going back on Godfrey's show, sucking it up and making it right versus going back to Vlad. Like, why couldn't he just suck it up and make it right with Godfrey and apologize on his platform and get back on his platform for dollars? Why did it have to be Vlad? I really want to know. But my thing is, like I said, what does it mean for a man that talk about brand new being and all this stuff in a 7% and nation of God of earth and claim to be about empowerment and now what's going on with that, and then turn around and go back on there and then throw Godfrey under the bus? I mean, it's a lot going on, and like to me it just seems much deeper in terms of maybe even contractual obligations, in terms of like I think SETI is even gonna say it in here, like, dude signed some sort of contract. I mean, it's something where they got something lifelong over people's heads. That's all I got. And that's what it seemed like to me, where they could just pull your number and say, "Oh, it's time to do your humiliation rituals, or it's time for you to answer the call," or whatever it is. It's something deeper, though.
You my brother and shit, and I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Niggas would have respected the shit out you, nigga.
I think that would have been more respectable. I have to say that. What was wrong with just going back on Lord Jamar show? Not Lord Godfrey show.
Cause that's what a God's supposed to do. You feel what I'm saying? That's what a God, and motherfuckers would have respected you. You would have recovered, come back, get your platform. Now you talking this FBA and you talking about the nation of God, nigga. You've been dismissed, nigga. All your registration cards, nigga, to whatever club or what, nigga, your shit has been revoked, nigga. Yeah. You ain't Lord no more. Janky Jamal. That's your name now. Janky Jamal, you done for. You see, ain't gonna go up in and put it on Godfrey. Now, all Godfrey, all you had to do, you fucked up too, Godfrey, when you put that white boy back up there. You understand what I'm saying? Neanderthal back, he had fucked up too. You understand what? So both of them was silly-fied. But anyway, we can finish this.
You don't do this, or you know what I mean? So that's what leads me to believe he might go back, but he says he's not. So if he don't, cool, stand on business. We'll see.
So let's talk about it, y'all. I think Lord Jamar's response was very mature and exactly how it should have been handled. It's like
you went out like a straight buster with that, man. And so, man, it's all over the place, and I'm done. I ain't got nothing else to say. They're just like that, Kanye shit. It's just gonna get worse and worse. I ain't got nothing else. The nigga been talking. He done went to a certain level where it's no more talk. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else that could be said. And for Lord Jamar, it just, at this point, you just, it's dead. He dead in the water. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else that could be said. And like I said, the look on the nigga face while he's on Vlad TV says it all, man.
It do. We gonna watch it too.
Says it all. It's almost like the look of a nigga that's on the stand, snitching on his family. You know what I'm saying?
And look at the picture. Like, look at this picture in the background where Vlad is leaning on Lord Jamal's body. But look at the face. Like look at Vlad's face. Like I own this bitch. That's how This is how Vlad's face looked like. I own this man. He got on his shorts in this picture. Lord Jamar got on Vlad's shorts. Look at Lord Jamar's face compared to Vlad's face. Like, look at this fool. He back. Aha, we own him. He was talking all that shit about black empowerment. Now look where he's at. Where the Jew. That's how Vlad's face looks. That's literally what I pick up from his face. Like, he talked all that shit. Like, where he's back.
He up there looking sad as fuck. Cause nobody would think he would get up on the stand and snitch on his own family. You know what I'm saying? You know, we talking about your own family. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you can see it in your eyes. You look soulless, man. And that was,
he looks soulless.
Was the first thing I do. I look into the eyes of the man to see how he feeling when he.
Right. Me too. I do the same thing. I always look at the eyes of the man.
You know, why he doing this shit that he know motherfuckers is gonna be on his head about. You understand what I'm saying? Support you, want to see you doing well and shit. Nah, motherfucker, you just like can't trust you, dog. Can't trust you, man. So, family, I ain't gonna thank you, family. What you say? Let me see what family said. Thank you, family, for supporting me. I see you out there. Let me put that up there. What brother say? But again, I ain't got nothing else to say about him. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing else to say about him because, you know, it is what it is. And I let him live his own life at this point. I was kind of, you know, rooting that the brother would turn around, you know, and get back on the right track. He did not do that. He went further in the hole. They didn't drug him in the hole. They didn't drug this nigga in the hole, man. Did you sign a contract with the devil, nigga?
There we go. That's what I said too. I said it's deeper. He signed the contract. It's something contractual that's making these people do this stuff. It doesn't make any sense. And like I don't care how deep how deep money wise you get, like some things you just don't do. My motherfucking ass will be working at motherfucking call center, United Healthcare, some shit before you know what I mean? Like before I just degrade myself like that, I would have had to been working at a motherfucking call center, some shit. I wouldn't have no shame in my game. Like, oh, ain't you that girl that graduated from Columbia? What you doing down here? Why you supposed to? You got all that. You got that STEM degree. You got a PhD. But if I'm financially blacklisted. I'm dealing with that shit now. I know what it's like to be financially blacklisted. I know what it's like to be socially blacklisted because you won't join a little code or sign a little contracts or whatever, or be with the sellout shit. I already know how it go. And so, you know, with me, I ain't gonna have no shame on my motherfucking game, and I ain't gonna let nobody shame me if they see, oh, well, you working this at this place, you only making this amount of money. I don't give a fuck. I didn't come here to this planet for that. I don't care. And see, but Lord Jamar, they got pride, they got ego. They want to be seen still as a celebrity. They want to still have their fame and their fortune. And so they not gonna take them hits like they not I don't even think they able to because of the contract that they signed.
And you can't break the contract. Just say what it is. Say, man, I signed the contract with the devil. He already owned my soul, and so I can't turn.
Damn, see, that's deep. Yeah, that's crazy. So even if he does sign the contract, whatever, he just can't say no. Like, how does that work? What happens if he says no? That's when I guess they do that little shit they be doing, killing your dogs, your pets, your animals, your family members, freezing your bank accounts. That's when that's what that is, I guess. Because they thought that they tried to do that shit to me, and it's like I've never signed what the fuck. This is now you violate the big dog treaty. The big dog treaty. And they want to lock you out, whatever, but they can't do that same bullshit they tried to pull. Like, no, you totally in violation. You in total violation. And they realize that. But that's why they be so desperate for it to make humans sign a contract. And get a janky shitty deal, $14,000 advance, and they own you for the rest of your life. Then they hit you, they drug you and have you doing a little kid or something, have you getting gang raped by 5, 6 dudes, and they replay for you, and then they got you locked and loaded. That's what they do to people. Oof. They ain't gonna really be doing that no more because that's so illegal. Obviously, it's such a terrible violation of the and so people are wising up, and people are demanding cruelty-free artistry and demanding better for themselves. They gotta go in independent and whatnot, you know. But they were doing that type of stuff to people. It was horrific. I'm just saying what I can see spiritually. I ain't never been through something like that, but I'm just saying like people could see this shit. Like the oracles and stuff. We had been saying this shit. We was looking crazy. There's people that have been saying this shit for decades, like since 20 years. And they definitely have taken hits. Like they've gotten so many people out the pain over the years that were talking about this stuff, only for it all to come out anyways.
Turn back at this time. Okay. It's over then. You feel me? But anyway, family, I want your nigga in the hole, man. Did you sign a contract with the devil, nigga? And you can't break the contract. Just say what it is. Say, man, I signed a contract with the devil. He already owned my soul. And so I can't turn back at this time. Okay. It's over then. You feel me? But anyway.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably what Lord Jamar did, to be honest. It looks like that's what he did. Now I want to play just a little bit of the actual interview, but I don't want to get no copyright or nothing. So I'm really going to just probably play the part where he says that he was the one that showed us that came in his inbox.
So, how do you feel about, your decision to
stuttering? That's kind of awkward. I kind of knew he tried to. That's why Vlad switched it back on him, because he tried to make it seem like Vlad had called him or something, like, how do you feel about your decision? And then he tried to say, because it was your decision. That's manipulation. And that's why Vlad was like, hold up, no, you called me. The fuck? He made it very clear, because he knew what he was doing. And people who deal with manipulators, they know that's how they roll. Just like how he tried to manipulate himself out of losing that debate. And saying people drugged him and dude set him up and Godfrey set him. It's that type shit.
No. Because really, it was your decision.
Right.
It was his decision, but you called him first.
We haven't spoke in 5 years because of your decision.
Correct.
So how do you feel about that now?
Which part?
The part of like standing on that to the point where we haven't talked in all this time, and now we just ended up speaking.
I think it's unfortunate. And
I can tell that Vlad don't give a shit. I know, I can tap into energies of things. And it's obvious, Vlad don't give a shit. He like, nigga, you called me. That's really what he wanted people to understand. Watch.
In full disclosure, some people
That's why he said, in full disclosure,
understand what's happening. You reached out to me first.
Mm-hmm.
See, he wanted that cleared up. You reached out to me first.
After the apology, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But not right after, maybe a month later or something like that, because this just happened recently.
Mm-hmm.
You texted me first, so then we started to text a little bit back and forth, then we got on the phone, but you actually put the first foot forward.
Right, because I was having reflection.
Because I was having reflection. And see, people were saying that he was reflecting on his bank account, and he was reflecting that the bank account said zero and shit. That's what they said it was. Was the fact that the reflection, he didn't have no money.
Because my dog just passed.
And how I see it is how me knowing how they work, I think that they purposely killed his dog when he wasn't abiding by that contract. Like they do that shit. If you sign a contract with them people and you decide to buck up, they will freeze the bank account. They will go after your loved ones. They will kill the number one thing is killing your pets. That's just a known thing. So he's talking in code, to be honest, letting them know that, that somebody killed his dog. He might think that Vlad was behind it, or if it's not Vlad, it's the power structure that's behind it. The actual whoever's the entity on that contract is behind. And so he knows you know, that's what I take from it. That could be overlooking into it and just, oh, you're just thinking so much. And I can own that. But I truly believe that plays a part, I'll say.
My little, he was a puppy when I first brought him up here.
We'll show the video of you and the dog right now. Yeah.
And, he just recently.
So that's how he looked just not too long ago. Now look how large Jamar looks. He looks soulless. He got involved in a fucked up contract. And my thing is, did you renew the deal or did you renew the contract? Because it looked like he was pretty much clear. And I'm telling you that the game is cold these days. Like, you signing up for pretty much nothing, pennies on the dollar. It's not worth it. You might as well go and work at motherfucking CVS. But no, serious. You're just literally doing things. I'm just talking about anybody that's trying to get in. Like, I'm not saying what I can't tell these men what they do. They know more about it than I would ever know, right? They know more about it than me. But I'm saying spiritually what I see and what they can offer and what they can do, as far as these entities, you better off going to work motherfucking CVS and building up your shit the slow and long way. But if you want to do music, you want to put your music on Spotify and tune it in and turn on the iTunes and SoundCloud on it. You want to do it nice and slow and get your ass out there and sell it, like how Master P used to do. It's going back to basics. Like, it's gonna be a whole nother different thing. You're going to look for creative ways to get your shit out and distribution out, because they doing motherfuckers dirty. They always did people dirty, but they really ain't got nothing to give these days. They really, you remember back in the day that you could at least get $3 million. Remember how they used to throw massive budgets for the artist development and videos, music videos. I mean, seriously, you ever look at Cisco's videos with the Unleash the Dragon? I don't want to see him in Unleash the Dragon. Ladies, you hear me say yeah? With that crazy ass video, they did so much. They had invested so much in that video. No lie, like, because at that time white people didn't know. Like, the people that was trying to really get into hip hop and co-opted, they did. They was pretty much over invested. At least in the particular artists. I can't say all of them. A lot of artists got screwed over. So they always been getting screwed over since the time of Sam Cooke, let's be real. But I remember at one point in the early 90s, there were some artists that they would give $1 million for a video. Straight just for one video. They just didn't know. And Cisco, from what I'm understanding, they threw a lot of money. Like, and they don't do that no more. They just don't do that. They just don't. They don't focus on the artist development. And that was a whole boy, man, compared to, like, the girls got to do hair and makeup, and it's a lot more help keep with the appearance, or they can get away with a lower budget because of they don't have that upkeep. But yeah, these days, man, it's the game is really, really, it has to be a better game. It has to rewrite itself. And so when we see artists that's dealing with shit like this, they have to go back on Vlad and, they're from brand new man shit. It's not a good look. I don't like it. I don't think this is a good look. It doesn't make me happy. It doesn't. I don't like it at all. But I do have to say, I only knew about Lord Jamar from TJ Vlad. I have to be honest. Like, I would have never known this man. Probably because he's before my time. But that don't mean that I've given big ups to Vlad, But I'm just saying, like, in high school, Lord, and even in early undergrad, we were only one. I could say I can speak for myself. I was only watching Vlad or Lord Jamal. I remember Star at one point used to do Vlad, and then I remember Johnny Blaze was doing Vlad. And I think those like literally the only people I would tune into. I'm trying to think, is there anybody else I would tune in for that was on Vlad? Maybe Linnell. Yeah, that's about it. Like, I think, yeah. I'm just saying in high school, the people I could think of that were on there, yeah, it was these definitely. I mean, Lord Jamar was funny to us. Like, they made that they were a good dynamic. I don't like or agree with what DJ Vlad did with Minister Farrakhan and that whole situation. I do think he should have. I do think that he should have respected the Black community more to honor what they were saying in terms of, that was offensive. You're a guest in our culture, and you should apologize for that. And he should have just did that 5 years ago. He should have. DJ Vlad should have. You don't make that kind of money off of your build platforms off of that group of people. And then when you offend them, you apologize. That goes for anybody, any community that you're in. If I was to go over in Africa or go over wherever in India or whatever, I've built something up for them and they enjoying the service, enjoying the product, and then I offend them, oh shit, okay, I gotta apologize. I'm a guest of the nation. I'm a Black American. I can't just go play in victim mode and go not be accountable. No, I somebody else's shit, doghouse, and they were not doghouse, but that was they domain, and I go in disrespect, and they tell me, what you did was offensive. How can I make this right? Can I make it right? Can I apologize? And if they accept, then we can move on, and I won't do it again. But you didn't do that. But like that was prideful. It was too. Of course, it looked like some white boy shit, and it wasn't respectable. And he did. I'm telling you, so many Black people did stop watching Vlad behind it. I ain't even gonna hold you. Like once Lord Jamar and Naki said they weren't going back on here anymore, I swear I had watched it. Man, Twitter, like this is like we did. That was the end of it. That was literally the end of it for me. This was so as far as finding out what Vlad was doing. You know, that was it. This is literally been 5 years later, and this is my first time, tuning in because Lord Jamar goes back. This is literally my first time. There was another person that was in the pro-Black space that went up there, and that was kind of like, what the hell? He was talking cash money shit too. I ain't going up. You ain't going. That's not a good look for a Black man. I don't. And y'all need to tell me what the fuck did y'all sign where y'all doing some shit like that? What's in them contracts? This just didn't add up. It's really sad. Like I said, it don't make me feel good to see it. But this is like again, like 5 years. This is my first time, seeing what he's talking about. And look at what people are saying. They're saying this is turning into a humiliation ritual. So Jamar hit Vlad with the big, hey, big head text. Hello, Master Vlad. I come back to the big house. This is what they are saying. Lord Jamar is saying. That's what they saying. Lord Jamar said, when the money get low is when the hungriness shows. This is what somebody said. He said, hey, Vlad, I broke. Forgive me. And then people are saying, no, he did not blame his dead dog, Jamar, on why he reached out. Vlad made sure we all know what Jamar came. He came back tap dancing like Gregory Hines. This is humiliating for him. He needed some butter biscuits. And people are going to do that. They're gonna really, really drag him. And then I don't know, guys. Did the dragon deserve, I suppose, after talking that kind of cash money shit, but you don't want nobody to off themselves, or you don't want to humiliate. You don't want to kick nobody where they're down either. If he's going through a humiliation ritual, guys, like maybe, there's something deeper going on. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know. That's just me. It don't make me feel comfortable. It's really uncomfortable. And he said, I'm thinking spiritual attachments and heavy not a hard time in a river. This was interesting. I was reading this as I was watching it, and you said in South America they claim you go through rivers of reincarnation. They filter out your life experiences. Sure, I could see that. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. And then you said, I'm thinking spiritual attachments in a very heavy, so I have a hard time in a river. Of course, I'm thinking that too. I think some people call it purgatory or layers of heaven. I'm interested in the layers of heaven. Can you explain the concept of purgatory? I know it's a Catholic. Is purgatory a Catholic concept, or is it deeper than it? 'Cause I know the idea of purgatory is beyond just the Catholic Church. I know that there's other, when we talk about the layers of heaven or these different types of worlds. Me personally, I never looked into a purgatory, but they say that planet Earth is purgatory. Is that true, or do you know anything about that? Is it true that certain realms on planet Earth is purgatory or some shit like that? I mean, think about that. And Royal Deluxe says, I would see Lord Jamar alongside Professor Griff in gay hip hop Illuminati videos on YouTube. Was that the one by Lyndon Honor? Or you said it was by Professor Griff? Because Lyndon Honor tried to get into that and expose that bootleg stuff, and they can't put his neck. He ain't never talked. He took that shit down. You ain't never hear nothing about it since. You said Professor Griff. Yeah, Professor Griff used to go in. He was talking about the gay hip hop Illuminati, sure was. And see, that's the thing, but that something in that contract where they could pull their tail. See, Professor Griff, you know, they got a space where they go to once they get out of that. But from what I'm still understanding is you can't make the wrong moves. And Lord Jamar made some wrong moves. I don't want to get into the game stuff because I'm an observer. I'm an observer, and what I say is conjecture, but like just from us seeing how that industry moved, it's just he made one fucked up move. I think it was calling that lady Kamala, the B word on Piers Morgan's show. I think it was aligning with certain people who are also on the chopping block in terms of who they offended. The wrong that they have done, it kind of flew back on him because he was rolling with him. And we had told y'all that they had offended very primordial melanated spirits, and they just won't listen. Some people just won't listen. They still won't make that shit right. They have truly, truly offended some extremely powerful spirits. And that's all I'm gonna say. And you know who you was rolling with, Lord Jamar, and that shit blew back on your lips. That's all I gotta say. Sweetie, it's not a good look. I don't like to see this for you. But ew. You said I have to get back to you about perjury. Oh, no problem. I look forward to it. And after the culture to find out way after. Right. So let's finish watching this and then we can look at it.
He passed. And I don't know, it's just you flashed into like him being on the seat and all that shit just flashed in my mind. And I was like, I don't know, it just kind of made me think about you. So I went back to some of the text because I saw your apology and all this type of shit, and I wasn't necessarily happy with it upon first glance at it. Mm-hmm. But then when I looked at this text and I'm seeing our interaction of the shit that we were saying even prior to this, like when it first was happening, and I'm like, damn, like we really was fucking.
They saying that those shorts are Vlad shorts. So why did he have to wear Vlad shorts? Like he couldn't have wear any other shorts. They saying that those are Vlad shorts.
Friends. And then you said some shit in there that made me like, okay, he did kind of get it. You was like, I know you may be taking some, I know you're saying this out of love or some shit you said. Mm-hmm. And I know you may be, I understand that you motherfuckers may be coming at you type of shit, basically. I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly what you said. But that right there, I don't know. I just saw it and I don't know. I just immediately liked it or loved it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, then I saw that's what came through. That's like what came I'm liking a text. And I was like, and that was, I don't know. It was just kind of like an automatic thing. Like
so that I respond, I'm like, what's this about?
When you see a text, I know, right? Yeah. When you see a text that you fuck with, I be in the habit of sometimes I don't text back. I'll just text the emoji or whatever the fuck they got in the on the.
That was 5 years ago. So watch I think look at how Vlad responds.
iPhone shit. Yeah. So that's what I did, and then when I did that, you hit me with the question mark. Like,
yeah, like what?
Huh? And you hit me right back. I was like, okay.
Well, because you don't expect that. You like to.
Well, look at this underdog fantasy. Get a special pick. Use promo code Vlad TV. Ooh, underdog fantasy. Get a special pick. Use promo code. Ooh. I'm just saying how they be offering people. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just coincidental, but I don't know.
A 5-year-old text.
Right.
And a deposit offer.
That was the first interaction.
Yeah.
You like.
Here's the thing: when they communicate, the public would think it means one thing, but then behind the scenes it means another. For those that's in the know, that's all I gotta say.
A text I don't remember sending. It was 5 years ago. So this came out of nowhere. I'm like, I don't even know what this is referencing.
New customer special, higher or lower. Yeah, they selling his ass.
But we texted, and then, you wanted to get on a call, and it took me a couple of days to find.
Yeah, I was saying you texted, It took me a couple of days. You wanted to get on the call. It took me a couple of days.
A slot of time where I knew that
A lot of time. So he wasn't even thinking about this nigga.
we could talk without me having to run, go do something else. And but I didn't know how I was going to get into it, how this was going to work, because I was sort of prepared one way or another. This is going to be cool, or this might be on some bullshit. And either way, all right, here we go. But when we first started talking, you weren't on some bullshit at all.
Because I never been on no bullshit. I never been on no bullshit.
Yes, you was. Yes, you was. Look at where you at. But I still see the code that they talking in. I don't like it. Oh.
Yeah. And you know that, Vlad.
That's true.
Or they speaking in something much deeper. Now look at this. If you watch the whole thing, but
one for all.
That's brand Nubian. I guess that's when they were younger. And see, he got, this brand Nubian type shit. Red, yellow, and green and all that stuff was supposed to be and a lot of times these niggas, they never even believe in that. It was just a part of their contract. They started to try to sell or commercialize, consciousness. Like, that could, I wonder if these niggas ever really believed that, but they were even talking about.
It's all for one. Brand Nubians. One for all. It's all. Sure you set your, because he was there. The group started early 1980.
Word is bond. Okay. See, this is my first time seeing this, and I don't know who this YouTuber is, so I'm not trying to put, I'm just trying to understand. And oh wow, so that was them. See, this is my first time seeing these album covers. Wow. Yeah, they done pulled a little number.
Shout out to DJ, hey, look, I DJ Alamo. I remember when he was there. The group started early 1989. 1990 is when it really went.
Looking at this stuff. Right.
Crazy with one of their hits, you know what it is? All for one, one for all. Fire. You heard? Yeah. It set hip hop on fire. Top 25 groups ever in hip hop. And there's been a lot of groups, y'all. But definitely a top 20 from new in hip hop. You heard? They stood on something. They have him in his YouTube channel. You heard? But let me break down the breakdowns. He joined with Godfrey. So these dudes had a record of going on Vlad. These dudes were making, it was good rounds for them on Vlad. Vlad has a huge following, but for years he's been known as a coach of, they look at Vlad as a vulture. I gotta be real. And they push a fine line because Vlad, he came out and spoke on a minister.
Deliberately lied on Minister
Farrakhan. Yeah, I gotta call it what it is. He spoke. Lord Jamar.
That was their photo together. He got on his shorts. Vlad did apologize for some conviction rather than external pleasure. He explained the logistical challenges and coordinating an apology and clarified that his was not financially pressured. Vlad also acknowledged only the past controversies, saying he now addresses issues more promptly and with humility. Ultimately, he stressed his decision to apologize was driven by a commitment to do the right thing, irrespective of external influences.
You got to understand, people were boycotting this channel because of that.
People was boycotting this channel because I'm telling you, I hadn't watched that motherfucker since they had said don't watch it.
Was accused of going on his Hey, Lord Jamar went on his platform and said Godfrey's going to go back because they ended up having a fallout now, right? Let's be real. I got to call it down the line. These two men end up having a fallout of magic together on a show together. You heard? and they ended up falling out. You heard? They ended up just having their own little fallout. Lord Jamar, Fraud Jamar, Floyd Jamar ended up back on DJ Vlad. Now I'm asking y'all, I'm wondering why. Why do you have to go back there if you made a truce and boycotted this man? Is these guys not really living the way they saying they living? Is he starving? Because me personally, I've never been one for the conscious community. But Godfrey responds though, y'all. You heard? He couldn't believe it himself because remember, Lord Jamar, like I told y'all, said he was going to be the first one to sell out. He was going to be the first one to sell his soul. But guess who's the first one, y'all? Fraud Jamar. Pay attention.
Yeah, Lord Jamar is going back to Vlad.
So this is Godfrey's response. And you know he just eating this up. You know he's ready to prove his point because Lord Jamar was saying that he was going to be the one that ain't have no integrity and all that.
He's going back to Vlad, man. I'm like, wow. And he was saying that I was going to go and sell out and go back to Vlad, and he just went back to Vlad. Man, that's corny as shit. I'm not going back. You out your mind. I don't have no beef with him. I don't have a beef with.
Now he got a reason, especially, you know, when they talk about the delineation and you Lord Jamar aligned with an acronym, and then Godfrey is Nigerian. And so now it's like, it's a bad look because the people that's calling themselves this particular acronym, they're the ones going back to Vlad after saying they would. But here is this Nigerian, you know, who he's like, oh, I'm going to really show you how to stand on business. I want to say we Conan, we sell out, but it's the niggas that is going by this acronym, this 3-letter acronym. They're the ones that's, you know, going back to Vlad. And look how I'm telling you, this white man is looking like, yep, we got him, gotcha. That's how he's looking. And that's why Godfrey, he's standing, he's like, well, this is definitely my opportunity to stand on business. And you see all the Black Americans like, well, damn, the Nigerians actually standing on code more than Lord Jamar, despite he's a FBA. And really, he's Guyanese.
Vlad at all. I'm just not going back to the show because, you know, what he did was wrong. Culturally, it was just off. It wasn't cool. So I'm not going back. No, I don't have a beef with Vlad at all, but I'm not going back though.
But really, Godfrey doesn't need Vlad. Let's be honest, that where Godfrey is at now, with his, you know, he put in the work for his podcast. He doesn't really need Vlad. However, what I think would have been the better deal, or maybe again, this stuff is above my pay grade as far as the contract shit, but I just didn't understand why Lord Jamar couldn't go back on Godfrey and make it up with Godfrey and get back on his platform. You know, if you needed the help or whatnot, why go back to Vlad? I didn't understand going back to Vlad over Godfrey. He must, I mean, you know, I think, you know, Godfrey did the right thing in taking the interview down with Professor Dake. But my thing is, what Godfrey should have did was when he should have ended it much sooner. That was my thing. He should have realized, okay, my friend is a little bit in over his motherfucking head. Yeah, and then when Lord Jamar said Godfrey, that was your cue to end it. But you wanted the views, and you thought it was funny. I mean, it was good content. It was, you know. And so that was my thing with Godfrey. Like, I do feel like you should have ended that interview much sooner. Like, once Godfrey was looking correct, once Lord Jamar started, I would say, and I'm just saying, if it was my friend and I knew that he was just way in over his head like that, probably, but then I would say the first 5 minutes, I kind of could see it. I would have did something, like it would have been a tech glitch, something would have motherfucking happened. I wouldn't have my friend out there doing that though, looking stupid or knowing it or trying to embarrass them. So I didn't understand that. But I also know people get caught up in the moment, especially when they know something's gonna go viral. Like, he knew that shit's gonna go viral. So I know it was hard to cut it off. And in many ways, I do think that if you didn't know any better, especially with like the Latino that was there, and, you know, obviously it was the documentary about, you know, hip hop, I think that it would look like a setup, maybe from Dante's part. Like, the way Dante was looking, it was like he was eating that shit up. But if it was my friend, I would say within the first 5 minutes of me seeing how they interacted, Dave and Lord Jamar, I would have ended the interview to save the person's reputation. Now, are you really his friend? Like that was the thing. But at the same time, I don't have no beef with. That's the only thing that I just didn't understand about Godfrey. Like, why did he just shut the interview down sooner? But he did remove it. You know, he did remove it. But at the same time, Professor Dave, being the white man, he records his copy, and there's nothing preventing him from putting it out. So obviously, Professor Dave still put the interview out, and you know, it still went out there. And so I guess it didn't matter anyways, because my thing is the only solution would have been to end the interview. And Godfrey could have made that call, but then Jamar, let's be real, these people like attention. Lord Jamar should have sucked it up and ended it early too. It's not just on Godfrey. Someone is, if you talk about situational awareness and self-awareness, and to be honest, ego management, image management, that requires a keen knowledge of knowing when to walk away or knowing when to admit when you're wrong and stuff. And see, narcissists don't have that. And so he himself should have known, oh shit, I ain't about to throw in my reputation and had me talking about some shit, had me looking crazy. Cut the interview. I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for the white man. That's how you should have been playing it off, like a real nigga would have, playing it off like, you know what, man, you sit up there, you calling me out my name, you disrespected me. I'm a legend. I'm from Brand New, and I didn't come for this. I wanted to really have a conversation about flat earth, but you're going to disrespect me? And you got a PhD. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Fuck it. I'm out. No, I'm good. Godfrey, we cool. But, I'm not about to let the white man disrespect me and leave. But really, you just know your ass was just in over your head. Gotta come on in situations so weird. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all wanted to fight me so bad. I just feel for 8 weeks. So, ain't gonna break it over. Cut the fucking mic. It would have been a tech, but you would have been able to hear shit. But you would have just saw, oh, sorry guys, our sound is off. I mean, damn, niggas don't be looking out, man. But let's be real. Or Jamar, you ain't got no situational awareness because you know good and hell well you might. I understood the way his mind works. Don't get me wrong. He just didn't have the articulation for it, and it's not well studied enough on that particular topic. But I don't think he's dumb or anything. But Professor Day then went through the methodologies. He understands academia. These motherfuckers know how to run a circle. I mean, and there's a craft scholarship. There's an actual craft. These niggas, they don't want to do that work. And so Professor Day, if you really know the craft of scholarship, you don't even have to really know what you're talking about. You can make anybody look stupid. I've perfected those things. And then I value actually knowing what I'm talking about and actually staying in my lane and admitting when I don't know something and being okay to open to learning and sitting down and learn. Okay, that's cool. That's cool information. I like that, and getting new knowledge and upgrading the information. Like, I don't have a problem doing it. But I'm also know that is a craft. I have been in academia for 14 years. I know how these motherfuckers think. I've seen where you present at conferences with other PhDs and they there to cut you. I'll never forget. I was going to this conference. It was a conference for business entrepreneurs to give their pitch to venture capitalists at Columbia University. And I wasn't going to present my information. I was going to watch, and could ask questions. And so we were going to watch, and this was a competition actually. There were actual venture capitalists there. And it was people who had business ideas and their business plan, and they were giving their business deck, their pitch, showing their presentation. And I'll never forget with me being excited to just go learn ideas. It was literally me just like, it was so excited to go. I remember I had cleared my schedule. I went did a little bit of shopping on 125th Street. Got some shoes from, I was just going around, doughy, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and doughy-eyed at Harlem, Uh, but I remember after that, I said, well, let me go and go to this, the pitch deck, pitch competition. And I remember being so excited just to hear ideas and inventions and creativity of people's business ideas. I remember I was literally coming from that line of thought. That was it. Excited to learn new ideas. No lie. I was talking about the event though, with a couple of Asians beforehand. Um, and they approach to going, and their approach, it was so different than mine. First thing they said, let's come up with the hardest questions we can ask them. Let's stump them up. Let's go hard on them. Let's tear their shit to shreds. Let's go in there. We gonna slap their ideas to smithereens. We gonna look for any little thing you pointed out in it. And I remember thinking like, what? I was so foreign. I remember like my mouth dropped. I was really like freaking out. Like I was really like, you guys really approach going to a conference like that's the approach. They wanted to, like, it was like, yeah, let's go hard on them, let's go harsh on them, let's not let them, we're going to grill them to the max. And I'm telling you, that's how they think. And it's not even an Asian thing. I'm telling you, that's the spirit of it. Like, I've seen these they learned that from these white boys. I'm telling you, they literally think of the hardest, how could we embarrass you, get you stumped up. And it's an academia thing. I'm not pointing out to point it on one race or whatever. I'm saying that this was like the thinking that I saw. I'm telling you, when I presented at conferences, it happened to me. Where these white boys, they thinking of, we about to make this black bitch look crazy. We about to ask her the hardest. And I was smooth with it. Because I'm telling you, once I realized that they look at it as an intellectual war sparring game, it's not like, with me, my approach is let's just learn from how it's shaped. Full ideas, guys, and let's encourage. And I'm not about participant trophies or everybody get an A effort. No, I believe in doing the work and showing the fuck up. Like I gut a motherfucker, white, black, male, female. I'll gut your motherfucking ass intellectually. Put me in that spar arena with anybody. I will gut your motherfucking ass. I think nothing of it. But my approach to knowledge and learning, that would never be my thing. I only was that way because they approach you. That's how they think. The people like the Professor Dave, they call you a dumbass and all this. I'm telling you, that's how they. I don't agree with the old school way when it comes to universities and with philosophy. The old school way was sitting and we learning from each other's information and enjoying it and thinking, oh wow, that's really cool theory. That's a really cool. I'm glad you saw that. I'm glad you pointed that out. Oh shit, you challenging me like that was always that's my approach. That's the way I think. I'm like, yeah, that the idea of the universe, the Timbuktu and the house of the common good and even the Commissions had their first academic universities. They had like the way it was set up. It was kind of like a high society, but they had the mystery sciences. Those were on par at the university level and at philosophy schools. But I mean, because I actually wrote down I had a whole book talking about like how the first universities in Med, and it was called House of Commons, not House of University. Oh, come on, what was the house? Comet House. That's what it was. It was a Comet House. That's what the universities. But there was an actual no. This was something different. The Temple of Waset. You had the Temple of Waset. House of Life. There we go. I knew it was something that I knew it. I saw it. This is credited as one of the first universities that Quebec House of Life, and it was a center for learning, knowledge preservation, priestly practices, but also like philosophy and sciences and education and learning. That was one of the first universities, So when you study, obviously you had to be in ability class to go there, to get there. But when you study like the way they approach knowledge, it wasn't from this competitive, or we're gonna stump you up, we're gonna knock you down, we're gonna make a fool out of you. That just wasn't there. That's just not the approach. But that's how they approach that shit at the university level. I've seen it. I went to 3 different universities. That culture existed. All universities. I've witnessed it in Asians. I've witnessed it in white men. I've witnessed it even with black people. I've been attacked even academically by black folk, white folk. You know, the only ones that never tried that shit was the Asians. I don't know what that was about. The Indians and the Asians, they never came at me like that. They came at each other like that. They used to come, they go at it, you know, they go with everybody else like that. But I think it was because, and this is what a family member was trying to, they told me this years ago. They told me this like a decade ago. They said they recognize, they naturally have respect for people's intelligence. They do respect intellect, and when somebody is put in the work, they respect that, and they don't think, as she said, they won't give you as hard as a time if they know, like if they know that they're dealing with an actual incident. If they know that they should be learning from someone, they still have a respectability in their culture where, okay, this person deserves respect because they have done the work and they know some stuff that I can learn from. The Asian community still has that to an extent, certain of them. And I noticed that just growing up around, you know, being in academia with them, and the way they would approach me and treat me. Um, and I also seen where, you know, in Western culture, where they some of them, it depends, some of them, because some of them they still get insecure and they'll be jealous and they'll want to cut you down to size. And there's people who purposely disrespect intellectuals, and especially if you're black, but they're starting to do that. Like the black community picked up that stuff from white folks, and they starting to do that shit now too, where they'll purposely disrespect their intellectuals, steal their stuff, plagiarize their stuff, and it backfired. I'm telling you, that's when you really know your society is falling, when you do some shit like that. When you purposely attack your intellectuals. And see, other cultures they won't do that. However, in academia, oh, it's on it. They treat that shit like, oh, this, you might as well be the gladiators going into the lion's den at some of these motherfucking conferences. I'm telling you, I've seen the way they was sitting there plotting, and we gonna ask them to, we gonna put their ass, we just go hard on them, but we ain't letting them up one bit. And you got to figure, everybody at that particular competition pitch at Columbia University that year, they were all white. So them Asians purposely went, was thinking of the craziest questions they could ask. They was going hard. I'm sitting with them because I remember thinking like, because they were in my class, and so, you know, we're like, well, you know. But I remember being extremely uncomfortable. I remember thinking in my head like, I actually just want to like learn. You know, I actually just want to take some notes and learn for knowledge sake and see what kind of cool ideas people got. That's literally my thinking. Like, I actually just want to, you know, if I have a question, I'll ask. Don't get me wrong. If I have a question, I give some pointers. You know, I usually give some really good pointers. You know, but I actually just want to be bewildered in the knowledge base of other people's ideas, and I was excited about that. But I remember being totally perplexed, sitting there looking at them. And so, yeah, we gonna get them. We gonna get their ass. And to be honest, they weren't the only ones doing that. There was a group of I remember they kind of had like this like kind of Turkish look. They was going after. I mean, I'm telling you, it's the culture of academia. The Western academia is you going into an arena, fighting arena, and you must be sharp. You must be well. That's why you think I fight so much mentally with people who test me, because I've learned that from being in that space. It's not a good thing. I'm not saying I'm right for doing that. Like I'm not right for using my knowledge as a weapon sometimes. I can admit that. But I know if people test me and challenge me, it's like it draws me back to when people wanted to embarrass me in academia or challenge me in academia. And all you better think, in my mind, all it is, imagine somebody pulling out the craziest, biggest ass sword, like on 300 when they ready when they got a sword, they motherfucking had AK-47s, Mag Tech, and Smith and Wessons, all type. I'm going my arena. It's like my brain just be pulling out. Okay, I'm about to fight this motherfucker. That's the debate team. I was on a debate team in high school. Like, no, motherfucker, like, no, I will get you together. I will get you to. That's why people be so afraid. That's why I am so shadow man. And people like, I remember like people always be obsessed with cutting me off or not letting me talk because they never wanted this work. They never wanted this work. You get on my bad side and you try to challenge me, or they will hurry up and try to get me off the stage. Oh, I'll beat your motherfucking ass with my mind. I know I would, but you know, it takes training. That takes a lot of training. And you know what Laura Jamar was able to do was able to, you know, cosplay to that. It looked like, okay, yeah, he know what he's talking about, all this stuff, and then Professor Dave, they could, a real scholar, they'll see through that, but a real scholar wouldn't go after him either. Like me personally, I wouldn't have no interest in trying to embarrass Lord Jamar or anything like that. But like somebody like Professor Dave, oh, they can't wait to do it. I'm telling you, somebody like Professor Dave, oh, they waited their whole life to get at a motherfucker like that. Because for one, it's kind of like they feel offended that you would step in somebody's arena on a PhD level when you just a rapper. That's how they feel. I know what that's like because I be feeling the same way. I'm like, this nigga's fucking dumb as a fucking brick trying to put themselves up on my level or put themselves up on somebody else's level when you don't, you're too lazy to put in a fucking word. You're not nothing compared to them. And here you go trying to degrade, the profession. You downgrade the profession entirely. Now, do I have issues with the way academia is ran? Yeah. I think it should turn back to the ancient commit house of life and the way the original universities ran in Timbuktu. I like that style. That's the way I approach academia. That's why I created Naki University. But it is offensive for people who will not put in the work to actually be a scholar to try to say they're a scholar. That's fucking annoying. And there's some people like Professor Dave that will take leisure in embarrassing the fuck out of you because there is a methodology and the methods are always more important even than probably what the fuck you're saying. That's why like a lot of white people, they be trying to come off like they know what they be talking about, like the college educated white folks who they get into the arena and they'll be coming off like they know what they're talking about. It's because of what how they saying it. Like when they got into it with Terrence Howard. Now, Terrence Howard actually knew what the fuck he was talking about. He actually knows what he's talking about. But like how the person he was with at the time was trying to like downplay him because he was, actually has the flair of the talk, the gift of the gab when it comes to academia. But really, Terrence Howard was more intelligent than the person that he was sitting there talking with, and they try to belittle him. And if you don't know who you are, you don't push back. I don't ever let nobody belittle you. No Nakian must ever let anybody belittle them. Never let nobody belittle you. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you got your food stamp card and you at motherfucking Whole Foods somewhere. Don't let nobody, but don't do it. Don't let nobody motherfucking belittle you. You stand proud and tall at all times. You don't know something, you admit it, but you ain't got to be belittled for it because you don't know something. You don't have to be belittled because you don't know something. You don't have to be ego either, but don't let nobody belittle you. And so I didn't like how Professor Dave belittled Lord Jamar. Like I said, Lord Jamar should have had enough situational awareness though to say, you know what? Let me go take my motherfucking ass back. I'm telling you, I would have smooth played that shit off. I would have been like, you know what? You just disrespected me. It's 5 minutes into this interview. You trying to get famous off of me? Fuck you. And I would have walked off. I'm like, Godfrey, we cool, but this not the type of I can't work under them type of conditions. He done disrespected me, calling me out my name, like fuck it. I would have said I'm from Brand Nubian, bitch. And that would have been the end of it. That would have been like the first 3 minutes of the interview. But you gotta know, man. You gotta be willing to admit, like shit. I'm not a PhD. I'm just I believe in a flat Earth theory, whatever. Now, me personally, I don't believe in it. No, I think it's a plane, and it's a dimension, no plane, and it is what an electromagnetic field is frequency in a dimension. Density plus a dimension. Like it's not flat Earth, but it ain't round either. So a lot of this shit is I don't want to get into that because if it's simulated, it still can have somewhat of a spherical or even a simulation. You still have to have angles and fractal points to create it. But it's both. It's a plane. It's plane of existences that are stacked based on its frequency. And then there's the electromagnetic sphere surrounding that. I mean, I don't understand what is so cumbersome about reconciling those ideas in terms of holographic universe. I don't understand that. That's just me. We let science catch up to the primordials. Okay, so let's finish this. Whatever they were.
That would be foolish. That would just be foolish. It just goes against. I mean, just too many sellouts out here. It's just too much. We got to be able to stand on principle sometimes. That's
See, now he's able to, double down principles, sellouts. He calling them sellouts. Because Lord Jamar was the one that was always talking about the sellouts and stuff. And so look at the irony. The irony.
What I say, you know what I mean?
Now look at the Nigerian. He's calling the Black American who identifies as FBA a sellout. The irony. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers will come for your motherfucking neck. You sit there talking all that shit about that lady Kamala like that. I'm telling you, it's deeper. It's deeper. He had no business going on Piers Morgan show doing that shit. And offending some other motherfuckers too. But that ain't got nothing to do with me. None of this got nothing to do with me. It's just interesting to talk about. We just talking shit, It's Friday night, stimulate your mind, Craig. That's what you're doing.
Lord Jamar is going back to Vlad. He took a photo with him the other day. Yes. And it was me and Lord Jamar that called Vlad that we were leaving his show, and this Negro is going back to him. He went back yesterday, I think, because Lord Jamar is mad that I don't believe that the earth is flat, which is insane. Which it doesn't, and I don't have a beef with Lord Jamar either. He has a problem with me because I don't believe the earth is flat. All right.
So it's not just totally that. You know that. Don't just minimize what he's actually upset about. He feels like you set him up or for Professor Dave to have his reputation embarrassed with Dante. Now, do I believe y'all drugged him? No, I don't believe that shit. I think that was a cop-out. I do think Godfrey should have ended the interview sooner, but he at the same time, Lord Jamar, he's his own man. He should have spoke up sooner.
Man, Richard is crazy. I'm just waiting to hear Lord Jamar's excuse when he gets back.
Right, me too.
Back on there. That's what I want. Just because I don't believe that the earth is flat. First of all, I don't really.
That's not why he's mad at you, though. You know it.
Give a shit what the shape of the earth is.
I don't care either. Thank you.
I really don't care. As long as it doesn't affect me flying a plane.
Thank you.
Going to the bathroom. I don't care if the earth is a parallelogram.
I would say this. What they fell out over was very petty. I feel like
it's petty, but it's deeper because they know, big industry niggas, they know. I'm telling you, he should have ended that interview much sooner, and it took him too long. Like he, it don't look good, but at the same time, it was petty. It's something they could come back from. I don't know.
This was a plan in motion already for Lord Jamar. I feel like this is what he had to do. He's probably starving, probably not making much money. I'm just being real.
It's real. It's hard out here for a lot of people, especially the industry. Especially, the average musician is falling off. I mean, you've got some of your big hitters that's having some struggle times, let alone, somebody that's not, that's kind of retired, so to speak, or not, in the mainstream like that. It's hard for everybody, and not everybody is going to just be like, okay, let me go get a job at Walmart, or let me go get a job at Target to pay the bills, or a call center to pay the bills. Like, these niggas, they not gonna do that. They not used to no shit like that. They not you or me. I've worked at a call center before, multiple call centers before. Like, they not about to sit and do that type shit because they have already tasted that fame, and the public perceives them to be like, well, you shouldn't have to do these things. And so they go back to the beast or sign another deal or whatever.
Real.
Or another humiliation ritual.
A lot of these guys don't live the life that they portray. You heard? A lot of times they use the culture themselves. You heard? Hey, the forward day message. Hey, I remember when the Fat Joe thing came out on Mav Hoffa. Lord Jamar was speaking his FBA talk. You heard? I'm just being real. Do y'all consider him a sellout? Because Choke No Joke does. Pay attention.
Jamar, you is a sellout mother. You took your back on Vlad. You placed your word as bond. It ain't shit, nigga. You a
Yeah, people like see. I'm telling you, this black people, y'all are terrible. That's not right. Choke no joke. Choke no joke. Like y'all couldn't wait to get up here and rip him to shreds. And I don't know, man. Like something about that don't feel right to me because it's hard. And I don't know, man. Like the community also has to stand on business. When people take a stand, you gotta look out for motherfuckers monetarily. Gotta give a damn about the people that do try to stand up. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it myself. I know what this shit is like. And like, y'all gonna get mad at, oh, you're a sellout, you're a sellout. But where the fuck was you? I got books. Y'all niggas don't support me. Can y'all buy my books? Can a nigga look out? Can you look out? Can you buy a course or something? Like, and then you get mad when somebody go join a fucking boule or some shit or shit. Fuck it. I got a shit. Shit. I know I'm above this bullshit. Y'all, why couldn't my community support me? Like, that's how niggas be thinking. And so Lord Jamar, the community ain't supporting him. He probably put up shirts and merch, shit out selling. And then here you hear every now when he got to go to the white man to get a check and some coins in his pocket, and everybody calls him a sellout. But was y'all supporting this nigga? Did y'all donating at least? But he has to eat his words. He has to face the consequences of what he did. Now niggas gonna talk now. People gonna get at him now. Let's be real. People gonna drag him for this shit. Rightfully so. But I just find it funny how like it's not funny, but it's like joke no like really like who is this dude? I forgot where Choke No Joke was from. I have to say I don't quite I'm not familiar with his content, but I've heard his name before for sure. Like I've heard his name before, but I don't know like what he's doing or what he's up to or or much about his whereabouts or anything, or even who he's connected to. I know wasn't he like a bodyguard for somebody or he do some security or something in the industry or something. I don't know, I can't remember. There's so many other security guards speaking out now, I can't remember who's who.
Hey, nigga, you a Jamal. F out of here, nigga. Sell out that. You a Jamal. You fuck.
They know the industry deeper, so they think they looking at it from a whole nother perspective too, because they also know what they got to do behind the scenes, the rituals they got to go through. But I still don't think it's cool to kick him while he's down because he obviously don't want to do that. He obviously didn't want to apologize to motherfuckers, not apologize, but to wear Vlad's shorts and go on Vlad's show. Like, what man wants to do that? What black man wants to actually do that? The fact that he had to do that, that hurts more to me because where was the community at supporting him, supporting people that take a stand for one, and then what is in his contract that forces someone, a man, to have to do some shit to degrade himself, to go back to, a place that you said was, culture, whatever. That's not cool. Something I don't think black people should float in that. They should want to find out what the fuck is really going on where y'all gotta even do some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's just me though.
Fucking broke up like a saltine. We putting cheese whiz on your head when we see you. You sell out, mother. You is a sellout. You is a Ritz cracker, nigga. You better have got 50,000 because you done in hip hop. Suck.
To keep it real with you.
Price? You said 50, so Choke No Joke think he paid him 50 G's? I thought it was less than 10K. You can get 50 G's for a Vlad interview? What?
Is there an amount on y'all morals? I'm just being real. Is there an amount on your morals? You heard? Is there a price that someone can pay for you to go against everything you stand on? Because that's what's happening today, y'all. The black community on the internet is in an uproar, and at times it's like that. And I just want to get I want to ask y'all, is there a price for y'all morals? Would you sell out after boycotting something that you didn't believe in on Vlad? You heard? Because obviously these guys feel like they're being used anyway, so they didn't need Vlad. But now when we break up, now we ain't dealing with each other. You go up on the platform. This looks kind of nasty, y'all. I gotta be real. And I guess as in, they got it in a paywall right now, so you got to be a member to see the actual video of what Lord Jamar is talking about. But to me, I got to be real. This is the reason why I don't follow that conscious community. Yeah, they'll wear all the kufis and everything.
That's what I realized too. I feel like such a fool. I wasted 14 years of my life in that community. 14 years of my life only for them same niggas to sell me the fuck out. So I know how it feels. I feel that's why I wouldn't recommend no woman do no shit like that. Don't do what I did. When they talk about luxury life and soft life and self-care, all that shit, black woman, all that shit, because I'm telling you, you go with that conscious SWJ shit, that shit is some bullshit. Them niggas, these are men selling out. It's the women still holding this fucking community down. And you ain't getting shit for it, so fuck it. Everybody want to do their own little thing, and hell no. Ain't gonna have me, hell no. 14 years of my motherfucking life. And nobody fucking cared. Them niggas did me dirty. Them niggas tried to fucking kill me. So hell no. Black men, hell no. Nobody, they ain't support me, ain't share a book, ain't send a like, nothing. But try to steal my shit, plagiarize my shit, these things. Some boot-licking ass niggas, man. I can't stand these fucking niggas that will sell out their own community. But that's where we at. But I would tell these ladies, like, don't sit up there and thinking you're gonna be getting it. You don't get shit out of it. Them niggas hate you for it. So do your own thing. Self-care, what you call it, luxury life, soft life, pamper baby, bougie baby, all that shit. Yeah, sign me a bougie baby. I just had me a Epsom salt. Rose, geranium. I just had me some motherfucking aromatherapy going. All types of shit. I'm sitting here motherfucking chilling. Yeah. I got me some hibachi up in there, hibachi vegetable. I was trying to eat that earlier. And I got me some real bougie ass $10. Let me show you the bougie ass. I bought me these, which I gotta get better. I know I ain't saying I'm the most healthiest here. But they had the Emerald Irish ice cream. It's my soft light. I spent me $10 on this little pint ice cream. And it's a blend of toffee and butter with a sweet and savory taste, made with fresh milk, cream, and free-range eggs from Ireland. And this was, you know what? I have to say, I had got this brown butter. Now they got different flavors, right? Um, they got the Irish coffee and Irish whiskey, which I didn't get the Irish whiskey, because I don't drink anymore. But I did want to try. If I was drinking that, I love the Irish whiskey. I used to always do Irish whiskey when I was drinking. But it's been 2 years and 5 years. 2 years and 5 months. So excuse me here. I had got this flavor, this brown butter, and I'm gonna tell y'all this. I had just got me. I got that right. I'm gonna show y'all this. What's the thing? It was these pecan things that I had got today too. And gluten free. Like I said, I try to, be mindful and things. I'm trying to cut out the dairy. Did say I was gonna come back on the dairy. I did stop eating the pork, but I said, well, I gotta work on the dairy. Give me some grace, but I got it's called the Ethel's Baking Co Candy. These right here, I'm gonna show y'all these, and I'm gonna tell y'all what to do. Saying this is for self, what's it called? Self-indulgence, luxury life, soft life. Let me show y'all this. They got these little things right. Pulling it up right now. I'm trying to get a picture of it. Yep, this right here. They call this the original pecan dandy. This is a buttery, gluten-free shortbread. It's topped with rich kettle cooked caramel, large, fancy pecan halves. Taste it for yourself. I got these right. Ethel's. You can get those from, they don't, these don't have a lot of crazy chemicals in it either. I don't even think this got milk in it. But I'll tell you this. Put this motherfucking ice cream, that brown butter ice cream. Put a dollop of that. Put a dollop of that. Okay. On this motherfucking bar right here. Thank me later. You're gonna be in heaven. That shit is good. I ain't gonna hold you. Put that butter, brown butter, emerald Irish ice cream on this dandy Ethel's, um, what's it called? Pecan, the original pecan pie bar. This right here. Put that on top of that. I'm telling you, it's good as hell. It's Grandma's Ethel's pecan pie. I'm telling you, this even by itself is really good. But when you put that ice cream on that pecan pie, oh, that's really, really tasty. Now let's look at the ingredients. It don't have the, I'm not saying it's like the best ingredients, but it's butter, sweet cream, salt. Also, it does have milk. Brown sugar cane, pecans, Ethel's gluten-free flour blend, leavening, tapioca starch, sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda, honey, cane sugar, eggs, water, vanilla extract. Okay. And that's pretty much it. Shelf life. You can freeze it up to 6 minutes, or I didn't know that. It can be enjoyed for 3 weeks when stored at room temperature. I didn't know that. But these are tasty. These little, put this, buy this Ethel's Pecan Dandy Bar. Get that treat, ladies. And then get this right here, brown butter and roll. Bougie ice cream. It's $10 a pint. And enjoy. Oh, also, ladies, I want to show y'all another product to get. This is a makeup product. I thought this product was so motherfucking dope. Ooh, this was a bad product right here, boy. When I say bad product, I mean like bad. Where is that at? This right here is called Just Herbs Organic Lipstick Kit. Set of 5. Let me show you this. Just Herbs. That's a good ass. It is a superior product. I got me this Just Herbs lipstick kit. This right here. I tell you, that's a good ass. This is an excellent product. It's vegan, weightless matte. It's vegan. It's weightless matte, which I like. It's non-drying and non-feathering, hydrating, long-lasting, free from parabens, silicones, petrochemicals, and mineral oil. And when I tell you it's called Just Herbs Matte Liquid Lipsticks, now clubbed in a set of 5. Deeps and reds, nudes and browns, brights and pinks, especially curated the shades for every day, every mood, and it's the motherfucking truth. Let's look at it. All of these look good on Black women. I got this exact kit right here. Go wild for deeps and reds, plum rose, dusty rose, beetroot burgundy, raisin rust, and hibiscus red. All of them. As I'm brown skin. I tried all of these yesterday. All of them look good. Brown skin. I would say you could even go like, what's it for makeup? I would say like NC50 if you're darker. NW probably in the NWs, all the way to NC50, NC45, NC44, NC42. If you're any of them skin colors, they're MAC. Oh yeah, these will look good on your skin, and they look good on all skin colors actually. Like these objectively look good on. Like I couldn't believe they created this, because a lot of times certain colors, they'll get flushed out, or it won't translate on certain skin tones. But this particular product, it looked good on all skin tones. I tried all of these colors yesterday. They all look amazing for dark skin. Now look at this, stay put all day long, weightless matte finish, intensely pigmented hues, compact and travel friendly, non-drying moisturizing formula. Look at this. They got Go-To Cola. It nourishes the lips and combats dryness, making them supple and plump. Licorice. Locks in the natural moisture and adds hydration to chapped lips. Sweet almond oil, a carrier oil enriched with vitamin E that protects your lips and makes them super soft. Boom. Full size and travel size. And these are the different colors. Paraben free, cruelty free, 100% active, herbal actives, vegan, no harmful toxins. And so I had got, I want to get the nudes and browns, because I think, but that's kind of, I really wanted to get something a little different. And so what I did get was the deeps and reds. And I liked every single last one of these. All of them were really, really good. One of them, which I believe was the plum rose, was a color that I've been using for literally since 2012. And so that was like the only one that might not have been like really exciting because I'm just so used to that color because I've been wearing it since, not from this brand, but literally from another brand. It reminded me of the other brand. It's called Mob though. And I had been using that literally since 2012. And so that was the only one. But it looked good, don't get me wrong. It just was like, there was no novelty to it compared to like the Raisin Rust, which was really good. Hibiscus Red, that one looked dope. That kind of reminds you of Diva and MAC, but just a little more red. Dusty Rose, and then Beetroot Burgundy. They were all really, really pretty. They're all really nice. Now, as far as the other ones, all of these are probably going to look good. I can say these are more of the nudes and browns. And so I could imagine just from the way these look, I think that these are nudes. And so they're just going to look good on most skin types, I would imagine. And then this one is Cravings for Brights and Pinks. These were all cute on me, so I should have got this one too. Yeah, I should have got this one too. Peony Pink, Apricot Coral, Fuchsia Pearl. When I was younger, I used to wear like shit like this, peony pink. I used to wear purple lipstick. Okay, I was out there, but I stick to a very like literally for the last literally since I've only worn like the color like plum rose, only worn it as a lipstick color. I used to have orange lipstick. I used to wear orange ass lipstick, purple lipstick. I didn't give a fuck. I would go back to that too. Why not? Fuchsia, I would like this fuchsia pearl and all that. But this is a really good product, guys. I'm telling you, it's a really good product. And then when you look at the ingredients, it's not nothing too crazy. You see shea butter, you see indica butter, you see cold pressed extra virgin coconut oil, natural vitamin E, Shadon, Amra butter, shea butter. It's some really nice little, sacred lotus. Go to color ashwagandha. It says ashwagandha. And like I said, this was a good ass product. It was. And then I didn't look at the other stuff. Let's see what else they got. I'm probably even gonna look at the other stuff. See what they got. So you might want to look at all their stuff. But this was a good ass product, I'll tell you that. What else they got? I'm looking for my own curiosity. They got bronzer. Let's I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm gonna look at the other shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. They got the makeup shit right there. They can pure fragrances too. Oh yeah, I'm gonna try out all of the Timer's entire treasure. This one. Yeah, I'm gonna try that shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. I like their brand. I was so impressed with their lipsticks. And if that's any indication for their other products, that that I like the quality, and it looked really good on me, and it felt good. The chemicals are something I could put on my lips. I don't have to worry about all this bullshit that I'm swallowing. And the pigment, always pigmented. It ain't no stain. It ain't no little gloss. No, it's pigment. It's gonna be like lipstick. Okay, the reds are gonna show up really bright. The pinks, the purples gonna show up really bright on you. It look really good for the ladies. Elixir, yeah, I'm gonna look at all this stuff. We're gonna get up off here. I was about to get motherfucking distracted. But let's go back here.
Let's keep it real. They don't eat pork. They'll wear the kufi. They'll push the FBA line. But are they really, 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 really One of us? I'm just being real. They call them teethers, y'all. That's what they call them. Who are y'all calling? Hey, Fraud Jamar today. Lord Jamar today. Floyd Jamar today. What are y'all calling them? I'm just asking the questions. Hey, I don't make the news. I just break the news down. I never followed that conscious community because you got guys like this that'll trick you. Make you believe one thing, yeah, boycott them, get them out of here, then you end up
right. Like how I did. I was going off of what they said.
Back on the platform. Is rent due? I gotta be real. Is it worth it? Selling your own soul, selling your own man or your own morals, your own beliefs? Because that's what it ends down to, beliefs. What is your belief?
Exactly. And we got Boli in the building. Shout out to Boli. She says, greetings, joining late. I appreciate you. I'm glad to see you. Girl, we up here talking a gang of shit about situation large, and trying to reflect. And, we don't want to be too harsh, but at the same time, it's an interesting topic, and it's I did a whole video on this 4 years ago, supporting Lord Jamar, supporting Godfrey. And so I'm quite shocked myself to see his little bony ass up on Vlad's TV. They're talking about that gang of shit. So I was quite like, damn. Yes, we're gonna review my video afterwards from 4 years ago. And I want to see my own progress because I can't even remember what I said in here. I'm pretty sure I was talking all this, this whimsical, gullible shit.
Yo, it's your boy E-Or-You, aka the Harlem Legend, man. Leave a comment, subscribe to the channel, make sure you set your bell notification so you know when I'm dropping a video, man. This is wicked in the community itself. It's wicked. This is why I never follow those type of things, because I let these guys talk. They claim to be conscious.
Right, that conscious stuff. Like he said, this is wicked. That's how I felt too. Like that was my exact words. And that's why I was freaking out in 2022. Because I'm like, yo, it's wickedness. Like I felt that shit. That was the only word that could come to my head is, oh, this is wicked. And it's funny because like I've heard other Black Americans using that same word recently. Like I remember a couple of months ago, a sister was like, in the Black liberation space, in the conscious stuff, she was like, please speak up. There's something wicked going on. And the way she said it was the same way. It sent chills in my soul. It did. And then she was going off on one of the same people that I was going off on. It was screaming to her top of her lungs, calling her a bitch, calling her everything. And I reported it because it shook me to my core because I said, that's spiritual. Don't nobody go off on her like that. She can't talk though anymore or whatever she got involved with. But she did say, please, Black Americans, can you speak up? Because y'all be knowing shit. Y'all be kind of psychic. There's something wicked going on in this space. She said, it's so disgusting. And she was in the reparation space, and I reported that shit. And it was like she was communicating for me. She's like, please speak up. Like, if you know something, speak up, because this shit is wicked. And she said that. And then it was another person. It was a Black man recently, was also in the reparation space. He just randomly started going off on his words, and I recorded him too. And he said, I'm tired of your shit, bitch. He was talking to the same, once again, calling out the same person that I called out. I'm tired of your shit, bitch. I fucking can't stand you. I'm tired of your shit. It was like they know something, but they not speaking out. But like they said the same thing. This is wicked. We are the second coming of Christ. Where's the like? And it was just like, why is he going off like that? It was so random. But spiritually, like if you know that they was talking like they know that it's a fight, it's a battle for your soul. Now, when I heard a family member talking like that, when I heard people talking about they trying to steal, the devil wants souls and all that, you be thinking them motherfuckers crazy. If you looking at them, get your crazy ass on out of here. Shit, I don't say that shit no more. You'll never hear nothing like that out of my motherfucker ever again. See, I've talked with them entities that's putting motherfuckers in contracts. We be fighting them. We try to be like, nah, we know where contractual spirit and Babylonian magic, what it goes from. That was their little legal contract, legal loophole to actually justify it. Oh, by a technicality. Why do you think this should be going on so long? And why we waited for them to violate the fucking treaty? Technically, they had not violated the treaty. Remember, they could tell you what they do up front and beforehand. And they put it all out there, and you still go with it and comply and consent. And they developed Luciferian contract, Babylonian contract law just to get around that contract they got with us, the 125T realm. Okay. And there was literally nothing we could do because of the technicality. They technically, look, told us if you follow that computational algorithm of this universe, laws of universe, and you do it by a certain science and a certain T, certain algorithm, certain equation, that treaty was not violated technically. Like we really needed to big push they ended up violating it. But we saying as far as like the last 6,000 years, technically, we're talking about the pollinators, we're not even talking about no human shit right now. They technically did not violate that treaty until recently, to 2022 is when they violated. But they got scared and they freaked out and they violated that contract and that treaty. And that was the loophole we get y'all snacking on motherfuckers for the bullshit. But up until then, they felt look, followed the science, followed it. We told everybody what it was. You still went along with it. Look, it's a free will planet. We didn't violate the treaty. This is what they was telling us, even as we would send other messengers down here, other angels down here, other interdimensional beings down here. Yeshua, Thomas and Carl, Darren, whoever we would send, they would just get smacked the fuck up and be out. Even known and unknown. Even some of the ones that they labeled them crazy and killed the got their ass off the paint early on. You never even heard of them. Okay? You never even heard of some of our messengers. And there was nothing, because it was like, dude, we're following the technicality. And on a free will planet, we don't have to honor messengers. You know how in the movie 300 when they killed the messenger, it's like even interdimensionally, there's a code even in the universal when you send people to other planets, like you don't kill the messenger. Planet Earth do not abide by it. That's why don't nobody come down here to help you guys, but you guys didn't notice. Because they don't care about the rules of the universe. They didn't. Up until like recently. You know, they would smack your ass, they get your ass off the paint. You talking this shit. Oh, great mother said, God said, like when Jesus came down here, God said we can't stop doing this, cussing out the Sadducees and the Pharisees and going off about, what the hell is y'all doing down here? Talking off, get your motherfucking ass on out here. They'll call your phone, threaten your ass, stop teaching, stop talking, stop teaching this stuff. They got it. But it's like, well, we not a part of your order. We from a whole nother dimension. What the fuck you talking about? They wasn't caring about none of that. It got really bad. They was backing up anybody who was trying to enlighten even the modicum, even 1%. If you was talking about some love and peace and joy, it spread that to the world. I'm telling you, they was targeting people. It got really bad down here, but they felt like they violated the treaty in 2022. But up until that point, they did not violate it because they felt like we told them up front. We left all the codes out. There was really no codes. They just left everything out in the open. You just have to decipher it and not be distracted. Get distracted, you're fucked. You want fame and money without going through it, when you want to take shortcuts, you're fucked. Want to just join groups and cults, fuck. But they did tell people. It's literally there. I promise you, it is there. We have checked these books. We've been around for aeons. And it was like, damn, they did violate. And they will show us. I mean, there were courts, heavenly courts about this shit. Heavenly courts. It's even stuff that's documented, even the story of Job and stuff in the adversary, testing the quality of the soul potentiators of Job and Satan in the agreement with the God to test. That's technically that's one of the huge, biggest codes to the way of the computational algorithm of the game system. And they've been doing that shit on purpose. I'm telling you, they was like, we did not technically do anything wrong. And then we're like, yes, you did, though. But it's like, dude, you're just being immoral. So you're being a utilitarian. You don't give a fuck about your emotions. You just don't give a fuck about emotions. You come from 125D, keep that shit over there. Keep that 125 shit over there. You reptilian. That's how they was telling us. What the fuck they was telling us? Like, they don't give a, like, they're very cerebral. And if you think you're going to out-logic them, good, but you cannot outsmart these motherfuckers. We were trying to outsmart, and we're just as smart as them, but we're just much more emotional. And they respect us. They know we're just as smart as them. But it was just like, and they got knocked off they square. They freaked out. They got emotional. That's why they don't like emotions, because they'll fuck you up. But they got emotional and fucked up. And we was waiting for that shit. But You know, they look at us like y'all just emotional niggas. Like, yeah, you might just be just as smart as us, even smarter, but what fucks you up is your emotions. That's how they feel. But we feel like you're creating purposeful psychopaths and your low governing force is at odds with the actual creation. Because it's like, okay, even if you don't want to do love, you still have to do the genius and the intelligence. Because that is really one of the big equations of the universe. And so we always knew that. They thought it was just sacred math and geometry, but we're like, no, it's a level of intelligence. And that intelligence, it is genius, but it requires that self-awareness and accountability. Because intelligence, it encompasses so many things that stem beyond equations and mathematics. It goes into the qualitative aspect. So most of it's like, okay, well, God, we can kind of, change some of these, these laws of the universe. And if we can get you on the intelligence and you don't have the qualitative aspect, like any free will thing. And that's what the fuck happened. And so we got him. Like I said, you're gonna see some motherfucking changes, whether I'm here or not. They take me out, whatever. Oh, it's really going down. It's going down either way. So that's why I ain't scared what they gonna do. What the fuck they gonna do? But it's going down. They violate that truth, and think it's a lag. It's a lag, and that's why you don't see a lot of things working out. It ain't gonna work out. You ain't stealing motherfucking birthrights and shit, and getting all desperate for somebody's motherfucking soul. Get your own light. Find your own identity. What the fuck you trying to be a motherfucking parasite on somebody else's energy? Get your own motherfucking light. Discover yourself. Meditate. Go hug a tree. Go stare at the stars. Go look at the sun. Go sun gaze. What the fuck you all up on us for? On the chosen ones for? What you all up on our motherfucking head for? What you looking at the morning stars for, nigga? That's what you gotta say to these people. That's what you better say to these inorganic ones. Back the fuck up off me, oh. That's what you gotta say. That's what the fuck you gotta say every day. But also you gotta walk in love. You do gotta walk in love. I mean, but I'm just saying to your haters, yeah, you ain't gotta be nice to your motherfucking haters. No. Hate people that hate you for no reason. Because you just a fly shining motherfucker. You're just a fly shining person. A good person. If somebody wanna hate you ain't gotta be nice to your haters. No, you do nothing. They're not.
It end up being on a whole nother level of just, they need that check. I guess he proves us all right. Salute.
Need that check. They say he proves us all right. And Bully said the conscious community is full of frauds. It's full of feds. And she's right. It's full of feds. And she is correct. It's the truth. They know it. We all know. And that shit was heartbreaking. There's good people that's still left in there that's getting caught up. They on motherfucking list. They all fucked up in the game behind that shit. That's why I don't like it. They fucked up in the game behind that shit. Now, this was my video from 4 years ago. And look I was dead ass serious. And look, it's a commentary about culture vulture DJ Lad making $10 off of black people while disrespecting and lying on black people. This was September 25th, 2020. This is damn near 5 years ago. Godfrey and Lord Jamar took a stand to build. This is literally word for word. I wrote this 5 years ago. I wonder why I was getting all blacklisted, talking crazy. These niggas you see how quick they sold out. Godfrey and Lord Jamar took a stand to build their own platform and leave Vlad TV. We need more people to follow suit. Lastly, I warn black people are giving into mind control programming. See, I was talking about mind control since 2020. I wrote the Naki philosophy. I knew this was nothing but a social engineering system. That's why they came for my neck. I wasn't copying nobody. I ain't nobody. I was talking about this shit 5 years ago. Mind control programming, the 1960s energy. When we are in 2020, the year of justice, truth, and a feminine age. See, I was always talking about the divine feminine, the queen mother shit. Justice, truth, in a feminine age. It's 5 years later. You still see, I'm still standing on my square. I'm still standing on my square. And you say, how we know that? Anybody that questions that, look at this. This is the Naki order. High governance, embracing truth and enlightenment. I'm still standing on what the fuck I said I was gonna be standing on. Truth and enlightenment. We talking about justice right here. And look, we talk about undo all forms of social engineering and mind control. It's 5 years later, and I'm still talking about that. Have no fear, question everything. And these people, they have tried to kill me, poison me, blacklist me, call me crazy. And it's 5 years later, and I don't got a darn thing, and I'm standing on my motherfucking shit. Sovereignty. I don't know what it's like to not to be any other way. I really don't. Sorry, guys. I don't know. You know? And so we talking about justice and look at this. We talking about it say speak your truth. The Naki University Soul Train, Naki Underground Meetings, live fireside chats. But look at this, because I've been working on this. Look at this. We got the United States Constitution. We're working on that. Look how pretty that looks. We're talking about the United States Constitution. Talking about the full preamble. Not the order. And this is a high society. It can work on a national level, it can work on a global level, it can work on a small community local level. Just you can work on a real small, like if it's just 5 us motherfuckers that got, because once the Naki science is a frequency based science, but it's also algorithmic based, qualitative based, it's universal, it's an intergalactic mental science. And if we get 5 motherfuckers, man, we'll run this motherfucker from the spiritual realm. Fuck around with my ass. Those that's in the know, you know. I only gotta brag. And now we got this one. This is the Constitution. Now we got the Governance and Civic Affairs Department. We worked on that. Let's go here. So go click on here. And so we designed that out. That's the Governance and Civic Affairs Department, not first. Still talking that shit that I've been talking. But we got to explore the Naki order. And then we got all of the stuff about the Naki order, the different branches, the new systems, communal economic systems, esoteric politics candidates, state-funded initiatives, governance, all types of stuff, military science. And then we got the case studies and research exercises at Naki University as it relates to governance and the Naki order. The case studies that we're working on, which was the advisory executive orders and whatnot. So I'm still standing on my motherfucking squares. 5 years later, I'm still talking the shit I've been saying. I'm a lot more, I think I've broadened because I realized that, that it's about humanity. It's not about all the bullshit. Like, it's about like-minded frequency. The love frequency and people that fuck with you. Because these people are sellouts. They ain't even standing on none of the bullshit they talking about. People said they're first day motherfucking life and these niggas folded. They sold me out. And so these are my new books that I came out with. The Naki Order High Society Chief Architect Model for North America's Governance and Sovereignty. That book is now available on my website. You can purchase that on my Naki.us or on Amazon. And then this one is going to be out probably next week, but you can still order it and it will be sent to you. This is going into production. This is Solomon's Secret, the 14th Royal Bloodline and Shadow Government Revealed, Masonic Cover-Up, My Claims to the Presidency, and Military Sciences for Targeted Individuals. Naki University Esoteric Science. Esoteric Studies. So, that's for the blue books for the Naki Order. We're going to be releasing Naki Philosophy Part 2, Probability Distribution Science, and Qualitative Quantum Mechanics. Working on that. That's will probably be my last book, to be honest. Other than that encyclopedia, and then I'm done. I got to do one other things. Like, I got out pretty much what the fuck I wanted to write out. 22 books, probably like 25 books by the time it's said and done. But then after that, I got to move on to other things. I got to get more local prepared for my run with presidency. So I don't have time to sit here. I'm a mind. I'm a thinker. I'm always thinking about some shit. I got to get it out. Got to write about it. Got to talk about it. So, yeah, but I love these little research things. We're gonna add more, and I want to see it is more communal. I want to see people's research, people's things, and as people may feel like, okay, that's hot right now in terms of like, oh, that could be something that's going to get people on a radar and all this stuff. It's not. I'll not legally. We tried it. That's why they've been doing other bullshit to try to get me out the paint, the illegal methods to get me out. But this right here, this is all legal. So the Naki Order governance in North America, the organizational structure of the Naki Order to be implemented chapter by chapter. So I'm gonna work more on this website, on this particular web page, but talked about like the actual governance structure. Colon 369 term of this. Now again, if this could be executed on the federal level, national, state level, or local level, but if not, this could literally be an advisory board within a high society members. So we talk about campus leadership and those things. It's a little funky. Add more to the influences. So we're working on these things. I got to build out that economy stuff. That was going to be a lot more difficult. That's going to be the hardest one on and stuff. But it's all those stuff that we're working on. So we do want people to get involved in. But I would say not now. Just we're just waiting a little. This is like steering a ship. You got to get control over the ship. It's like steering a spaceship or a mothership and then trying to steer it interdimensionally, not just with the Naki Order, but just in a lot of things in general that our spiritual team is behind, and it is it's not easy. It's not easy. It's not to build and steer and create and innovate and hide and conceal, while doing all those things at the same time. It's can be quite a bit, to be honest. Mental wise. That's the power of the primordial mental science. So let's look at DJ Vlad finally gets canceled, 1960s energy siphoning and message to Black people. And then I was saying, we are in the age of 20. We are in 2020, the year of justice, truth, and a feminine age. We need to awaken to our godhood and prepare for the new dawn of being ushered in instead of being socially engineered. We have to support those who take a stand. So I would talk about social engineering in 2020. I talk about undoing mind control programming. Please buy the Naki Queen Mothership book here. And so I'm just chilling. This is an old channel. This is 5 years ago. I heard people say a nice video. People say his spirit kind of respect was the last straw. But here they go. So let's take a look at what it was actually all about and shit. Right here.
Hey y'all, welcome to Naki by J.N.S. and today we got to talk about a very important topic. So a lot of y'all know about the situation with
I had the music in the background. Look at this shit. Like I'm telling you, I was in my own little world.
Vlad TV and Godfrey and Lord Jamar. So this is really interesting to me because a lot of us grew up watching Vlad TV. Me personally, I literally only watched it because Lord Jamar was on there. And I want to say a lot of the times when Charlemagne was on there was interesting to me. This was when I was a lot younger. And I honestly stopped watching Vlad a while back, especially when Lord Jamar and Godfrey and Rod Digger started their own shit. Because to be honest, I knew back in the day that there was something off with Vlad. Like I always felt like, I used to hear these rumors that he was, working for them folks and setting up Black people, or that he was obviously making so much money off the backs of these Black entertainers who would go on to do these interviews oftentimes for free because of the platform was so big. Now I remember when there was just 800,000 followers on Vlad TV. So that's how long ago this was. He got now about 4.3 million people now. So I was watching this shit when it was 800,000 people on there. It went to 500,000 and 800,000. Around that mark is when I kind of stopped watching it. I would say around the 1 million mark, I definitely was out. Like I just was like, and just waited for Lord Jamar to start his own shit. But anyways, pretty much a lot of people had already been telling the Black community to check Vlad years ago. I mean, like so many years ago, it's not even funny. No one listened. Y'all wanted to, give this man y'all clout and y'all energy, for very little pay and all this stuff, and build his platform to the point of 4.3 million subscribers and, of course, millions of bucks. So now we come fast forward in 2020. Vlad does this shit with Minister Farrakhan, where he distorts something that Minister Farrakhan said during this recent, I want to say, I think it was not Easter, but like I think the Eid Mubarak.
You just now coming in, we just replaying the video that I made 5 years ago. I'm just trying to see my own growth and see what I was talking about. I got something that sounds like a war cry in the background. I'm telling you, oh my gosh.
Holiday, like, and I know I'm not Islam, so I'm not a Muslim, so I don't know, but I do know he did like some type of speech or whatever, and he was talking about, you got to take the stone of truth, you got to take a stone of truth and throw it, so Vlad made it seem like Minister Farrakhan was telling Black people to literally pick up a stone and throw it at Jews or some stuff like that. So basically he just distorted the whole conversation to make it seem, obviously anti-Semitic, and to that he was inciting some sort of violence against other groups of people and getting Black people to go along with this sort of rhetoric. So obviously that was not the case, because if he was using a metaphor about the stone of truth and how Black people need to speak truth to power and they need to stand on the truth, regardless of the consequences. That's pretty much what he was saying. And, when Vlad did that, a lot of Black people felt some type of way about it. Like, why you distort it? I personally think that was obviously done on purpose. I think that he thought that y'all would be dumb enough to not go back and research it. Because let's be real. A lot of Black people don't be researching shit. And I also think he thought not just Black people was dumb enough, but just Americans, period. White people, Black people. I think he thought, oh, they about to take this and just run with it. And this is going to be the nail in the coffin for Minister Farrakhan and those of his ilk. So some people was calling it out. Like, there was obviously those of us who have evolved in our consciousness who saw the tricknology and was like, wait a minute. He was talking about the stone of truth. Why you cut that part out and distort da-da-da-da? And I guess he deleted the tweet, but he never apologized. So Royce the 5'9" comes out, demands an apology from him. This how Nick Cannon got demanded an apology. So it was definitely sort of like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, everybody is wondering, well, will DJ Vlad apologize? So obviously he didn't. He felt that it was sufficient enough to delete the text and the tweet rather, and state that it was a misquote and keep it moving. So what are my thoughts on whether he needs to apologize or not? Because here's where it gets weird. So Vlad says that he's only going to apologize if he can get an interview with Minister Farrakhan and do it in person to publicly apologize. We didn't frame it that way. He just made it seem like, oh, I wanted to publicly apologize and ask him to come on my platform. Just make it, seem innocent. Now, once again, he thought y'all was going to be dumb enough and fall for that. But y'all have evolved in y'all consciousness. I'm telling y'all, when I was watching this Vlad shit, he was still putting up like all of these drug lords who had been arrested, like basically promoting so much the base aspects of our community, and y'all was falling for it. Like, we was all just thinking, when he was doing the like these families who had done so much time in jail for selling drugs and putting them on the platform like they're supposed to get respect because they made so much money destroying their community, so that was very offensive to a lot of us back then. That's why a lot of us stopped watching it, because we was like, why is y'all showing us this? Like, what's up with that? So that was obviously problematic. So everybody started calling out DJ Vlad for trying to clout chase off of Minister Farrakhan, because that obviously would have been a big interview. He would have got tons of views. It just would have been a game changer, because for one, this is a Russian Jew, and here is the Minister Farrakhan, who has historically spoke out about what his feelings were, and his perspective on the relationship between the blacks and the Jews. And that would have been obviously something that the whole world would have watched that. All of America would have been tuned in. Like, ooh, this is the interview of a lifetime. They would have had that shit on 60 Minutes, CNN, So everybody peeped game and was like, hell no. We're not doing it. And Minister Farrakhan and his group was like, no, you're not about to clout chase. We'll send a representative. But you're not about to have this 83-year-old man get up on your shit. I don't know if he's 83, but he's old. He's in his 80s. And during this pandemic, and have him sit on your shit and get an apology supposedly from you, where you turn it around and start interviewing him and asking him crazy questions. Most likely that's what would have happened. So, it didn't go down that way. But here's the thing. People got upset at Godfrey and Lord Jamar. And I was one of them. I wasn't upset. I was just like, what are y'all doing? So let's get into why black people got upset at Lord Jamar and Godfrey. So Godfrey gets on their podcast, on their platform, and says that he was trying to set up the interview with Minister Fair.
Look and see what Bully is saying. She said, DJ Vlad, every rapper he end up interviews end up dead or RICO charges. Yeah, that's what they've been saying for years. And see, I don't know the intricacies of who got who ended up dead or who got the RICO charges, because I really haven't been looking at DJ Vlad. I'm telling you, like, I don't know what the hell's going on. Because once Lord Jamar and Godfrey left, that was it. And honestly, I was kind of not really tuning in even while they were on there, which I said in this video. But they had once they left, I had stopped watching them, so I really don't even know what had been going on that platform. And you could tell that the people who interview with them are desperate for a check. Wow, really? And I wow, I'm pretty sure if I was to look to see who was on there, I don't think I would know many of them people. It does look like people did stick to that boycott. It looked like when they made that call, a lot of people stopped going on there, but the people that are on there are probably stragglers. I know Bobby Schmurtle is still going on there. He said, I suspect he is a warlock. Vlad or Lord Jamar with the thing, I could see it too. Said he act like a Hollywood trick too. Yep. He's about 83. Well, Minister Farrakhan's about 83. They expected him to go on there.
Farrakhan's grandson, trying to get his grandson to reach out to his grandfather, which is Minister Farrakhan, to do this interview. And a lot of people felt some type of way about that, because it was like, okay, we understand DJ Vlad wanting to, the business perspective from his point of view, but why are you, as this pro-black, I won't say pro-black leader, because he's a comedian, but as this person who takes a stand on his manhood, and he takes a stand for what he believes in, why are you trying to foster or be the intermediary between the situation? Like, people felt that was selling out. They started going crazy. They was calling him coon and all this stuff. I didn't agree with all that. I didn't think that they needed to go that far. But the selling out aspect, was a credible perspective at the time, because a lot of us didn't know, like, were you trying to set this up? Because we see so much of that in our community. We see so much of Black people just letting people in our culture just run rampant, disrespect us, and other Black people facilitating it and letting them get away with it. So I think the buck stop here is 2020, and there's a definite shift in consciousness, whether the world wants to notice it or not, whether Black people are aware of it or not. The shift in collective consciousness has taken place. So what does that mean? That means that things that Black people used to let happen, they're speaking out against now. And it's shocking to people, because normally y'all would have felt for the okie doke and felt like Godfrey should set this up so we can get a public apology and get that acceptance and and have Minister Farrakhan's points validated by Vlad and all. Y'all would have been on that shit about 10 years ago, because that's how low y'all self-esteem was and how much lack of knowledge is self.
That is such a terrible delivery. I have to say, 5 years ago, that is not how you talk to people, but that's how I was talking. That's really ridiculous to talk like that to people. But this was 5 years ago.
Y'all had, and that's a fact. Y'all get mad at me, but it's a motherfucking fact, and I can prove it because y'all let other situations like that already happen in the past. So everybody's shocked that y'all calling out Godfrey and Lord Jamar like, oh no, we ain't having that. Y'all gotta take a stand. Y'all gotta same shit y'all did with Nick Cannon. So, I honestly don't think that Lord Jamar, was the one that was really trying to facilitate that. I think that
you said Boosie is on DJ Vlad still. The rapper Boosie is on regular on DJ Vlad. Oh, not shocked him.
To him, it was more so, if you apologize and you make amends, we can get past it. I think both of them were on that, but I think Lord Jamar was ready to cut it off. If he didn't, I think he was the one willing to sacrifice the relationship and just be able to move on. And I think that Godfrey saw the value in it, but it was also like, it was tough for him because this is, the platforms of your bread and your butter. It brought a lot of people as his fans, as well as the risk of being blackballed because of the perception that, they support Minister Farrakhan, they siding with their community. We're gonna blackball them. Whereas Lord Jamar already been blackballed, so he didn't give a fuck. Godfrey has not. So I when you see the initial reaction where we gonna wait for the apology and we gonna set it up, when Godfrey said that, everybody came at his neck. Then they come back a couple days later and say that they have officially canceled.
And look at the irony. It's 5 years later, and Lord Jamar was the one to go back first, and Godfrey still hasn't went back.
Ties. They officially will not be on the Vlad TV show, and that they spoke with Vlad a day before they made their announcement to let him know face to face or voice to voice or whatever, so he wouldn't be shocked, and that they were going to make this decision to officially cancel him, stick with their community, and promote.
Like Willie said, it's a very low vibrational guest list. I believe it. Ooh. And I'm actually going to go check to see what kind of guests they be having on there. I just want to look at some of the thumbnails to see like what be going on over there. Wow.
What they believe is right, which is that he should apologize for distorting a elder and a historical leader point of view, regardless of the disagreements and the perspective. So that took place, and now that we're at this point where they actually have, I don't see it as a backtrack, because like I said, I feel like Lord Jamar was just always one step out the door. He's already used to being blackballed. He's already used to not really getting the accolades that he deserved, because he constantly speaks out about manhood. I remember when he did a lot of those videos about the skirts, and called out Eminem and his rap and his lack of rapid skills. And I mean, he used to do a lot. I remember watching so many of his videos where he would go in. He would go in, and he does a lot to take care of his family, his wife, and his kids. So I felt like he didn't give a fuck whether it could be salvaged or not, because he believes that he can build his platform, and he also sees the vision of where the community is going, where y'all gonna literally have to support each other because y'all about to get cut off in 2021. Y'all really don't understand what's happening, but I think he could see the vision and the value of y'all gonna have to do this stuff anyways. Y'all gonna learn the hard way, because when I say y'all gonna start seeing big old systems fall that you thought you could depend on and that you could
happening now. I said that 5 years ago. All that shit happening now. You said, wait a minute, what did I say?
Community is going, where y'all gonna literally have to support each other because y'all about to get cut off in 2021. Y'all really don't understand what's happening, but I think he could see the vision and the value of y'all gonna have to do this stuff anyways. Y'all gonna learn the hard way, because when I say y'all gonna start seeing big old systems fall that you thought you could depend on, and
right now they putting all that shit. They putting the Medicare, the SNAP, all that hurt up there
that you could, cuddle up under. And when you see it taken away, you're not gonna have no choice but to support each other. It's gonna come. So a lot of us that are intellects can see that coming. We can see it, and we already ahead of the game. So I think Lord Jamar is ready to take his own platform and get his own people to support him, whether that be donation or do a couple events and stuff, and get his money that way, and rely on that group economics aspect in the community to support him. I don't think Godfrey has really bought into that idea. Godfrey is of Nigerian descent, I believe. So he doesn't have the lineage to understand how important that would be for us. He's just like, y'all work for the white man too. If that's the case, we all need to quit our job. And I've said that a lot too in the past too, because y'all always want to go after our leaders and say, y'all need to take a stand. You need to do this. You need to sacrifice your platform for us. And when they sacrifice, y'all don't show up. Y'all don't, step in place to hold these people down. So
true. I still believe that. They still don't. Because if that's the case, Lord Jamar wouldn't have had to go back. He wouldn't have had to go back to the white man's place.
That's really the point that I really want y'all to get, because now that I gave y'all the context of what all happened, they have made the decision. Regardless of, I feel like Godfrey was a little hesitant, but he still did it. And he's still learning that he's going to have to have a lot more faith in himself. And I know he may say, I do got faith in myself, but from my perspective, it seemed like he's a little iffy. He's a little nervous. Like, is this going to work? And what I would say to him is, have faith and confidence in your ability to build your platform. And
I think he got around the wrong person. I think he got literally around somebody that's connected to CIA. All his shit didn't start going downhill until he got around certain people, started pushing certain shit.
And take pride in what you did. Don't second guess it. And I would say that to the Black community, this is what y'all was looking for. This is what you asked for. So you got what you asked for. You said you didn't want them on Vlad TV anymore. This is what you demanded. Or you were going to cancel Lord Jamar and Godfrey. So they did it. So here's the charge for you, Black community. Y'all need to unsubscribe. Do whatever y'all going to do from that other channel, from Vlad TV. Y'all need to honor y'all word and have these two people's back. Because we're
still talking about word is bond 5 years ago.
Y'all don't understand is when y'all try to get people to denounce their platforms and stuff, they didn't do it. And why didn't they do it? Because they knew that y'all didn't have no infrastructure for them to go to, no money, no support to go to. So when y'all would try to get other people that were in funny situations with clothing lines and contracts and stores and all this type of stuff, they would find out the company racist, and y'all try to say, y'all need to stop working with them, and they never would do it because they know that y'all asses weren't gonna have their back. But now it's 2020, and it seemed like it got a little more sense. Not sure if that's true, but here is the.
I was wrong, because it's 2025 and they still ain't got nobody's back. They ain't supporting they rioters. They letting them die in hunger. They not supporting real niggas. They not. 2025.
The chance to prove to the universe and to the ancestors and to our gods that you are
test failed,
ready to rise again as a people. And I know that sounds like, oh, that is so extreme, like that's so extra, but it's so serious right now because the gods are ready to help. Like ancestors, they ready to do our bidding.
They really are,
and help us so much. I have no idea. So y'all gotta support these two brothers, even though something that seems so small as this podcast. Y'all gotta stand by them, and I'll support them, even if they do end up getting a lot of backlash from the mainstream society, and that is said something like losing opportunities, getting blackballed. We have to step in and help them financially, with view counts, with subscriptions and memberships, all types of stuff, physically showing up to their events, whatever, helping them get their stuff together, and that's what this is about. They probably eating good, they probably got more, they may be middle class niggas. I don't know their situation at all, but as Black people, this is our time to show the universe that we mean business and that we're going to support those who we ask to take a stand. You don't ask no one to take a stand, and then once they do it, they got nowhere to be found, because that's
exactly. And it's 5 years later, and this shit still stands. It's relevant more than ever. It actually even pertains to my life. They're asking motherfuckers to take a stand. You don't want nobody to sell out. You want people to have your back and speak out on shit, but you don't support their motherfucking work. You don't buy a book. You don't do nothing for them. And they get mad when they decide to go do something else. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy as hell.
That's how every Black leader and every Black person who ever spoke up, that's why they ass got killed, or that's why they ass was broke, or it just ended up leaving. Yeah, I know that there, like a lot of our people that was all that they took their ass up and went to Africa and bought land and lived off the good of the land and taught the little African babies who was desperate to learn. And we got W.E.B. boys that did that, and also them guys that did that Black Power Fist at the Olympics. Do you know that I want to say one or two of them, the one who got called a coon, who went out the next day, and remember they sent out one guy who refused to do the Black Power Fist, who was smiling and giddy, and remember the backlash that he received, and he was called all these names, and he was and he ended up just leaving to go to Africa because he didn't have his back. Same with the other couple of guys who actually did it. They had got blackballed for that. They had to leave. I said W.E.B. Du Bois already. It's been a
lot of them do just end up. That's why Stevie Wonder took his ass over to Ghana. It's like, I'm telling you, like, it's different. It's different when you actually up there fighting and you realize don't nobody really give a fuck or as serious as you. That's more spirit breaking than a system of white supremacy. The way your own people would do, and that is you obviously know how to deal with the soul retrieval and recovery of the soul. At least I do, but that it's a fucked up feeling to know that your own people will sell you out quicker than they'll set you up for death quicker than that white man will. That's fucked up. It's a fucked up reality to face. And for those can't explain what that feels like until you have dealt with it personally. So your own people set your motherfucking ass up, and that's when it hits you. That's why a lot of them leave and they don't say nothing. They just did, or they go behind the scenes. Why it is what it is.
Couple and a lot smaller, lesser names who try to speak out. They just get tired. They like, I'm out, or they just do their own thing and say whatever. Them niggas ain't ready. The Black community, the Black American community, don't break these people's hearts no more. The leaders' hearts, the elders and your ancestors. Stop breaking their heart with that crab in a barrel shit and not wanting to support your own. Them days are done. I'm telling you, you don't know what's coming 2022 and 23. Y'all think y'all literally just about to get able to go to y'all job still and hate on each other and not support each other and rely on a dominant society for everything, for your food.
All the people getting laid off and on government jobs.
Your clothing and everything. And them days gonna be done because everybody gonna be scavenging. All races, all groups of people is gonna be in a race to get resources.
I said this in 2020, it's 2021.
I'm talking about,
and it's more than relevant
on a micro level, not on a societal level. I'm talking about on a micro level. Everybody gonna be struggling, and when I say struggling, I mean not like everybody just gonna lose their money, but a lot of stuff is gonna shift so fast in this country, in this world, where only this intellects, the survival of the fittest, all this stuff, where people who know how to live off nature, people who got skills to be able to live off this earth and all this stuff, and people who value their self and their soul and their heart and their mind and ready to get in tune with this universe and not value this materialistic world, those are going to be the ones that make it. And trying to get Black people to understand that you're going to have to start over from the bottom. That's why it's so important to learn the basics, because basically your whole way of life as you know it is going to change. And you're going to see that no one's going to help us. Like all of that marching and protesting, complaining, and please change, please stop this racism, please stop. No one's going to give a fuck. When I say it's about to get
still relevant.
Gutter, dog eat dog. You think it's cutthroat now? And you think that you getting sabotaged now? If y'all don't stick together, no one's going to care about your crying and your whining. Y'all going to have to stick together and figure it out and work together and trust each other to build and get y'all shit together. I promise you. And support each other. And y'all still going to have, obviously technology and internet and the ability to start businesses, but it's going to be very different. You're going to have to be crowdsourcing each other's shit on a very local level. Y'all going to be having to see the value of passing that dollar to another Black person. You're going to see it. When I say you're going to be forced to, you have no idea. Like eating, and you get jealous every time a Black person start a business and you a crab in a barrel. You go out your way to not own. You jealous if any time a Black person got just a tad, an ounce more than you want to tear it down and fuck they shit up and demand that they take a stand. And then when they do it, you abandon them out of jealousy because you wouldn't have took that stand. And now you get resentful and want to see them suffer in silence and suffer being blackballed while you living your life going to work for the white man and going to do and shucking and jiving and it's doing the shit that you accusing other people of doing. But just because they have a higher platform, you tell them to take a stand and they do it, then your ass is nowhere to be found. Them days are going to be gone. And I'm so out. Y'all have no idea how big I'm smiling right now because y'all don't understand how much of a awakening is about to happen. And those of us who with the shits, the gods and the ancestors, we excited. We can't wait. Like we just like kids in the candy shop. We ready for that day. We not scared. We believe in ourselves. And if shit hit the fan, we gonna live off this earth. We're gonna get in tune with the spirit verse, and we're ready for these ancestors and these intergalactic beings. Like when I say y'all have no idea, like it's so
Lord have mercy.
amazing the feeling of these portals all over this spiritual portals opening all over the place, and to see everybody still clinging on to a system that is it's to be honest, it's slavery by another word. It's like y'all, it's a panopticon prison that Freud talked about. Is it not Freud? It was not Freud. It's
Michel
Foucault. Okay, he's the one that talked about the peasant, where you don't know that you're in a prison, but everything is around you. It is pretty much set up, and that was Michel Foucault. So I did a lot of his reading back in the day, but y'all still clinging on to something that an illusion, basically delusion and illusion, and it's about to be busted. Y'all bubble about to be. I'm talking about the whole world. Pop your damn bubble. Wake your ass up, and y'all gonna see the beauty in yourself again, Black people, and you're gonna, for one, because there's so many things going to shift, so much truth going to come out. I'm bringing you truth as well. So if you listen to my shit, you're going to see the beauty of yourself. You're going to get the truth. It's going to be harsh at first, but eventually the stuff I got coming out with the Black Man series, I got a Black.
Well, you do be harsh. I do be harsh, but we'll eventually see the method.
Woman series. I got mad shit coming out, and another book that's going to be out too. y'all gonna see y'all beauty. Not just from me, just from history, knowing the truth about yourself. And y'all self-esteem is gonna rise once you start to really see the shit going on. If it's not gonna be all of us, because some of y'all still running around with like chickens with your head cut off, still clinging to a system, still scared, low vibration, in fear, don't want to get with the times, and you're gonna perish because you're gonna see other people doing. You're gonna think that y'all gonna try to ride this out. Like y'all literally gonna ride this out to y'all death. And you're gonna have an early death at that. I'm not talking just to black people. I'm talking about these humans. They trying to ride out their weird ass systems that they set up. Their hierarchies and their structures and their enterprises. They gonna cling to it. And I'm telling you, this universe is popping bubbles all over the place.
Is that happening right now?
That's what 2020 has been about. The year of exposure, the year of truth, and more is coming out. 2021, that's gonna be the icing on the cake because 20 the beginning. So don't be depressed and all this stuff about the virus and the shutdown. Stop getting depressed. Like I be hearing black people, this is your time. And this is your time to support each other. Show the universe who you are as the African. Show the universe that you're proud of who you are, and so that they can recognize us. Because right now, a lot of you have Negropean mind. You have a mind that is not of your own. And how can the universe recognize the difference between you and other groups of people who have sinned? Or who have oppressed you? Or they can't recognize the difference unless you go to the universe and by your actions and by your words, and you say that I want to be in tune. I want to be one of the ones that make it. I want nature. I'm going to respect myself, and I'm going to respect my progeny, that which comes out of me, which is sperm or I don't know what the fluid for the girls is called, which creates life. I'm going to respect my counterpart who has created me, which is the black woman. I'm going to respect nature, this planet, everything. And we're going to work together and build the things that we know we can do. We know we can do civilization, writing, spirituality, architecture. We know that's encoded in our cell DNA. And I'm going to be doing a whole breakdown of everything.
Still believe all that stuff
You ever made within the last 30,000 years as Africans. So you're going to know that you can do it. And once the dust settle, you're going to be forced to all these fires, all these floods, all this crazy deaths from this pandemic, all of this stuff going on, and you to locusts, plagues, all this stuff. And y'all don't want to see the divine judgment here. You want to still go on that rat race, running on that cop, being that cop, what's it called? The cog in the machine, and still be stuck in that system. Y'all gonna learn y'all lesson. Now, I went on a tangent, but what you need to take from this is support that platform that took a stand for you, black people, especially black men. Black men, now is your time, because y'all always want to. Y'all be jealous of each other. I cannot believe
they do.
How much y'all don't support each other. It's mind-boggling, and it is honestly.
That's what the women do the same thing. Black women do the same thing to each other. But yeah, it's bad with the men. They gotten a little better though.
You guys somehow y'all learned that in childhood, child rearing, slave consciousness. I'm not sure, but it gotta stop. Y'all gotta support each other. Of course, you gotta show the sisters. The sisters is upset. A lot of them is divesting. A lot of them doing their own thing now because they hope their hearts are broken. I lost hope for a little bit. I have hope, but not in that sense. I know that the majority of y'all will not make it. That's a fact. And there's only gonna be a tiny amount of black men is willing to make that shift in collective consciousness, as well as black women. So, to be honest, I made my peace with that. I lost my heart was broken all the time from this stuff I've seen in my community, from both of y'all. But now it's like, you can't save everybody. Oh well, this is the joy of natural selection. So whatever happened, happened. But there's only going to be that few, that chosen few. We're going to be good, and that's who I'm talking to. If you listening to me and you listen to my platform and my videos, and you support me, and you like what I got to say, even though it might be harsh sometimes, you know that you see the value and the truth, and you know that the goal is for the upliftment, truth, healing, shift in collective consciousness, enlightenment, transcendence.
Talking about truth and enlightenment and transcendence.
So, yeah, but I'm going to give you all that harsh, brutal truth of what we did and what we have done to end up in this situation. Then we have to rise and move on from it and forgive ourselves. So that's all I be talking about. And those who can handle that, because that's a big leap to focus on yourself and not trying to get white people to change their ways and see you and get their approval and validation and acceptance. Nobody cares about that over here. The universe does not care about that. The universe cares about what you do, your self-respect. If you don't respect yourself, how you gonna get shocked when nobody else respects you? You gotta focus on your ass. Now give a shit about what no other group of people is doing and create an environment to where what they do does not affect you via building and practicing group economics. That's pretty much, or leaving. That's pretty much all you can do. Trying to march and say, please change. How you gonna? You can't change anybody. You cannot change people. So those days are done, and I don't want people that think like that. That's beyond our that's below rather our thinking, because we are at the point where we know other people's insecurities or projections have nothing to do with us. If they got it, they gotta take that up with God. As far as that constant need to dominate and that constant need to feel scared and want to instill fear in black people and make them feel like, oh, you have to be beneath me, when it's not true, when we can prove that scientifically. So that obsession that they have, that ain't got nothing to do with us. So what you up there trying to convince them to see you as human and to stop being envious and to stop doing what they doing? They can't. It's something in them that what are you doing? We not all going to the universe. Don't care about none of that. If y'all get along, great. If y'all can't, do what's sensible as humans, and that's where God is at with it. If y'all can get it, if y'all can figure it out and it can be genuine, that's lovely. But y'all haven't in 1,000 years. So move on. Practice the law of self-preservation. If you're not, okay, you perish too. So many of us is not going to make it, and I have hope for the very few of us. Very few. And that's who I'm talking to. And if that's like 2 people, 10 people, 15, great. Because all you need is what? 3 people? You need 2 men? You need 2 women, 1 man, hopefully, to start a whole new nation. 3 people, maybe 4. Maybe 4 is ideal. 2 men, 2 women. And they can mix up
pretty much all you need.
Their gene pools enough. And I know that sounds very out there, but I'm talking on a scientific level, what you would need to do to obviously reproduce the human race. You would need the 2 men, 2 women can swap to get more gene diversity. That's just common sense. And they would need to be at a high level of consciousness to do that. So I don't care if it's only 4 niggas, 5, 6, 10. I know I can get more than that, but I start low because shit, you have to take what you can get because so many people is lost right now. So I end this by saying, this is y'all time to show and prove that y'all ready to support y'all own, that y'all gonna flock to Godfrey, Lord Jamar, and Rod Digger's pod, subscribe and watch they shit, give them their views. Even if you don't like the topic, play that shit and put it on mute and continue doing whatever you do. I do that all the time with people that I know I'm going to support and I want their view count up and I want their ads to play. Play that shit. I got an hour, 20-minute long video. Play it. Boom. Put it on mute. I don't really care about that topic. That's boring. And go do what you got to do in the background.
And so that was 5 years ago, guys. A lot of the things still stand. I think my delivery was quite obnoxious, but it was funny. And so Bully was saying that Vlad has a low vibrational guest list. And so I was looking at it as we were watching it. And this doesn't look appealing. It's not too many black people on there. I don't really know a lot of these people that's on here. We see Bobby Shmurda, Lord Jamar. He just uploaded their stuff just an hour ago. Then he said he was mentioned on a domestic terrorist website for a 5% affiliation. Wow. That's probably what I'm saying. It's hard out here. Said Whack 100 on Papoose. The Whack 100's on there. The only person that I know is Bobby Shmurda and Whack 100. I don't know the rest of these people. You look familiar. This John Saley dude. They all look flushed out though. Like look at the look, and they all Tony Ayo. They all got this look. Like their soul is, it's just weird. They all look sad. Like they don't look. Nobody looks enthusiastic to be on there. When you look at their face and assess their energy, like don't nobody look happy to be on there. Look at Bobby Shmurda's thumbnails. Look at this dude, Roger Bond's thumbnails. None of these people is like, the Punisher, whoever these people are. Look at Lord Jamar's thumbnail. They just look broken. I don't know. They just don't look happy. None of them. Look at this one with Bobby Shmurda. None of them look happy on there. Smiles don't look genuine. Look at this. They don't even put an effort into the thumbnail. Like and that could be something you gotta, why you got black people looking like they buck broken, all of them look like they buck broken or something, or just something just off. It's not much women on there. All these are men. Much women on there. And these are all old, right? Got that girl Dang Demos. I guess that girl's but she's not really a celebrity. So that doesn't even really count. But they don't have much female celebrities. And then like the other celebrities that we do know, if you notice, it's a flashback. Like Vanilla Ice, that's a flashback. It's not a recent one. It's not. But all these ones, they all just look broken. I don't know, they don't look vibrant. I don't know who Skip Townsend is. I don't know who OG Booty Black is. I don't know who. I don't know who Kira's Gangster Williams is. I don't know who David Packles is. I've heard of Erie Spears, but I don't know who the fuck. I don't know his stuff, his content. I don't know much about her. But always be like this. This not something that would be appealing to me. That's just me though. I don't know who none of these people is, and it's not nothing that would be appealing to me. That's just me personally. I don't know who Track Lord Ross is. I don't know who Robin Ramirez is. Or I don't know who those people are. I mean, we're familiar with DJ Academics. He's like the most name brand person that we've seen so far. And DJ Academics is the most familiar one. I don't know who none of these other people are. I remember Chopper, but this is once again flashback. We remember Chopper. He's back in the main. He's back in the limelight. And of course, the DJ but that says flashback too. When they say flashback, that means that could have been years ago or something. But you notice how that as far as like actual celebrities, it's all an actual flashback. It's not like a recent. This is a Boosie one. They say that's a flashback, but they say that he go on there recently too. I think he might have been on there. And that Mano was on there. He's familiar. And they say flashback with Diddy. And this channel is weird. I have to say. We had Michael J. White there, but they say flashback too. Now that say flashback, but they haven't been on there recently. These are a flashback. He tried to make it seem like they were just on there recently. But he got to put flashback on there because that could have been a couple of years ago when they was on there. Yeah, look at it. And even this was flashback with Young Jock. It's not really nobody that's deciding to go back on there. That's really in the mainstream or none of these people I'm even familiar with, except like DJ Academics. I really don't even watch DJ Academics. I just know that, I would just recognize his name. You can see they got Smokey Robinson on there, but that was a flashback. That was a long time ago when he was on there. See, that's before he got black, before they called for the boycott. People apparently listen to it. When you think about it, people listen to that shit. There's no recent celebrities. There's no recent black folk on here. Not even young upcoming motherfuckers. People really was not going on the last shit after DJ. Not DJ. After Lord Jamar said, and it got said don't go in here. Wow. And that wouldn't interest me. I mean, it wouldn't be something that brings me back. And I have to say, one of the other reasons why I was watching it was for Lord Jamar, but I don't want to sit and watch this shit. And in this type of space and time, like I don't like that. Like I don't want to watch this. I don't want to watch that. They saying he was being mentioned on the domestic. That ain't a good look. But I want to just play a skating video. If you're gonna get up on out of here, I'm gonna play probably this skating joint because I like to watch skating, and I was trying to get us to black people in back into skating and Americans into skating. We're going skating every Friday and whatnot, and enjoying ourselves. And so I just want to, on a lighter note, just bring the energy back up, and so I want to look at a skating video, and then we're gonna end with "Let Love Be Your Magic Carpet," and I'm gonna be off of here.
Can I please have me clear the floor? I'm looking for my backward skaters only.
I'm just trying to make y'all dance.
Yo, this is DJ Bethel with Skate Mafia, and you listening to DJ Texas. Team me up, Tech.
That like a lot of times the skaters, they like to have the more wild the skate looks, and then they show their skill set. I think that's a way to show how much they have control over their footwork and over the movement within the skates, is to kind of leave them very wild and untied. Like I noticed that as I'm watching these skating videos, that it's kind of like a badge of kind of showing out, like I have control over my ankles, because obviously you can break the ankles if your shit's not tied, right? But they just showing how they don't have to have their shoes tied. They don't have to. It's really fascinating to watch.
Team me up.
They're purposely leaving them untied and all wild like that. I noticed they were doing that consistently. There's a lot of the black people doing that too, and it's designed to show how much control that they actually have over their footwork and ankles as they're skating.
Up, Tech.
West side, west side, west side. It's going down, going down, going down. West side, west side, west side. Gangsta, gangsta, gangsta. West side, west side, west side. It's going down, going down, going down. West side, gangsta dust. West Coast stay. That don't stop. The beat to make it pop. West Coast stay. West Coast low mentality. West Coast stay. That don't stop. The beat to make it pop. West Coast stay. West Coast low mentality.
Team me up, Tech.
Do it to him, do it to him, do it to him, do it to him.
Okay, right here, look at this right here. This is wild.
West side, it's going down, going down, going down. West side, gangsta dust. West side, it's going down, going down, going down. West side, gangsta.
Team me up, Tech.
Her because look at she has no skates on the back. Now she's showing that she's like a superior skater because there's no fucking skates on the back. She only has 2 skates in the front of her shoes. Now this is once again, I'm a sociologist, so you have to I look at everything from like a extremely analytical perspective. But we see some of the skaters have like their shoes not tied, very wild skating sometimes, and then some want to show how they have full control over their footwork and legs and ankles as they're skating with having no shoes tied at all. But like with her, there's no skates at all on the back of her feet, and she's showing how much she can control the skates, her perfection of the skating, her skill around it. Like that's what I was really impressed by that. I was like, wow, like that's amazing because she's not falling over the place. She's showing that she only needs 2 skates. But there's no skates on the back. Look. Took them off. Look how she got her skates. And she's showing like this is how excellent of a skater I am. I don't have to even have skates on the back. Like her balance is perfect.
Do it to him, do it to him, do it.
That is amazing.
Do it to him.
Back. She's showing out.
West Coast stay. Don't stop. The beat to make it pop. West Coast stay.
And more like his skates are like actual like church shoes kind of. Look at those.
West Coast low mentality. West Coast stay. Don't stop. The beat to make it pop. West Coast stay. West Coast low mentality.
Team me up, Tech.
Get sneaker skates on this one. Yeah, they're more the wild skates, not tying them up.
Hey, that boy playing tricks on y'all. Yo.
Reverse. 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 Reverse.
Team me up, Tech.
Reverse. 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 Everybody clap your hands. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah, yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah, yeah. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh, yeah, yeah. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna get funky.
This could have been something that was at the Olympic skating competition, like this type shit right here. That could have been at the Olympics. They could have had something with that versus what they were trying to do with the breakdance, and that was a total flop. But this is something that can be really perfected and in a sport like sense, in a competitive sense. But this is obviously once again coming from a very specific culture. But at the same time, like I would enjoy, me personally, I would watch it because I really enjoy watching people skate. But I like it to be more raw and authentic. I don't like stuff that's too produced. Like that's why I like watching this channel because like, it's just people, just regular people skating. They do it every week, so they're really good at it. And so I kind of like watching that real raw essence behind it. Like this random people going to skate. There's no politics behind it.
We're gonna get funky. 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 Everybody clap your
That's breakdancing and skating.
hands. That's what it works. That's what it works. That's what it works.
Wow.
That's what.
Can you imagine?
That's what it works. That's what it works. That's what it works. That's what. Come on, reserve. That's what it works. Take it. Reserve. That's what it works. Reserve. That's what it works. Take it. Reserve. That's what. Come on, reserve. That's what it works. Take it. Reserve. That's what it works. Reserve. That's what it works. Take it. Reserve. That's what. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Come on.
And they had to rehearse this. Could you imagine these old ass niggas? They was rehearsing and they went and got t-shirts and everything. And that's what life is about. Enjoying yourself, having a good time. They don't went and got t-shirts motherfucking made. Said Vegas, we roll. They practicing, they dance and sing and skating, and they gotta be in their 70s and 60s. That's what you're supposed to be doing, having a good funky time at the skating or at the club.
Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah.
They rehearsing this shit.
Take it back now, y'all.
They're like, this is what we gonna do on Friday at the Las Vegas skate.
Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh, yeah. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh.
I'm telling you, it's something cultural about leaving the shoes just fucking untied and wild like that, and then showing how much they can control the elements, control their footwork. I'm telling you, it's a skill to that because your ankles are not protected at all. That's why you see some of the others. They had they skates tied all the way to the brim, all around. And there's others that just won't tie their shoes, and I think that's a status thing. I think it's a status thing in terms of just like that black girl that had no skates on the back. Like she upstaged everybody. She ain't got no motherfucking skates on the back of her feet, just only two. And so she's really showing how she can control the balance and everything around her. But in this, I think the skaters that just have the shoes very wild without control, no support on the ankles, I think that's really designed as a status thing. And maybe that's just me overthinking it, but I just noticed how they like to show how much they can control their ankles without the support of the shoestrings.
Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh, yeah. We're gonna get funky. We're gonna get funky. We're gonna get funky. We're gonna get We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Everybody clap your hands. Let's go work. Let's go work. Let's go work. Let's go. Come on. Let's go work. Let's go work. Let's go work. Let's go. Come on. Reserve. Let's go work. Take it. Reserve.
That move. Wow.
Let's go work. Reserve.
He said he don't have his, look how sloppy his fades are. He's showing that on purpose, showing how balanced he actually is. But you see how he was able to kick his leg up and do that?
Let's go work. Take it. Reserve. Let's go. Come on. Reserve. Let's go work. Take it. Reserve. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Like that's with the shoes untied like that.
Work. Reserve. Let's go work. Take it. Reserve. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Come on.
Them skating backwards is also like, it also shows like how great of a skater they are too.
Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Oh, yeah. Take it back now, y'all. Come on. Take it back. Come on.
We'll play one song, and then we're going to be out for the night. You just want to end things on a high note and a higher frequency. So this one is called like Love Beer Magic Carpet by Tall Black Guy, featuring Keotae Gray. Let love be your magic carpet. And so that's the message we want to take in for next week. Catch them colds. Let love be your magic carpet. Okay. And for those who came in later, we talked about, the lessons and the downloads around unconditional love and how we can manifest that and for ourselves and for even though the trials and tribulations we go through as humans, what it means, full context of unconditional love, even um, in the sense, for those of us who may be dealing with, you know, broken hearts or just pain from relationships and family and whatnot, and childhood, and how to get through that. So we talked about that earlier in the video. And so, I wanted to end on a good note. Let love be your magic carpet, but show some dances, celebrating the Friday. And so I hope you guys have a great Friday. Go out, have a good time, go to the hookah lounge, go shake that ass at a lounge or chill and watch Netflix and chill, but don't enjoy a good dessert. That's what I'm about to do. I'm watching some cool ass show. What's the name of this show? Hey, what's the name of this show that I'm seeing? It's a pretty good show too. Um, what's the name of that show? Or it's called Fate. That's the name of it. It's called Fate. It's a pretty good show. I have to say something. I've been checking that out. But anyways, that's a pretty decent show. I'm just sometimes you just can't take yourself too seriously. You just need to relax your mind. Um, at least I do. So I want to chill this good Friday. Great. Sure. Next week we'll be back. I think I'm gonna be on camera next week. I wanted to honestly, we were supposed to talk about the mystery school assessment from the live that I did, the re-upload, but we didn't get to that. And that's 2 hours long, and we're gonna have to wait for that one, or I just re-upload it. I could just upload it up a channel. But I wanted to restream it live, and that's an extra 2 hours and 30 minutes, and that's just way too long for me. And I'm usually good for it, but honestly, I want to chill. I want to relax. So either we do it next week or the show we got planned for next week. I actually want to be live on camera for that one. If I do that, or we'll just restream the mystery school assessment, which we were supposed to get to today, but I ended up spending too much time on the but nonetheless, I do ask for you guys to support in terms of my books on Naki.us, or you can get them on Amazon as well, but I would prefer, if you wanted to get them on Naki.us, we'll get it. I just have to manually put in an order. But God bless. And see you next week.